Wait a second. Let me just open. Yeah, a very good morning to all of you. So the first question, actually, there is a way to take a poll on Zoom. So let me have a word so that I can have a poll from time to time, knowing about assignment status. So currently, I don't have that polling facility. Can you please tell me honestly? Uh, don't tell me whole. Let me ask you. When I say assignment status, I will ask it in parts because it was a bigger assignment, and I'm definitely more than happy for those who have completed it. But I'm more concerned, I'm more interested in knowing how many could not. So hold on, don't give me answer. Yeah. So let me say 2.1. The you have your assignment. I mean, you must have started at least solving it. Has everyone started solving it at least? Looking at it at least? Okay. So people are saying done also. Very good. Like please give me chance to ask you. This 2.1, anybody not yet done? Because see, I have to have a clear cut idea. If it was a in-person session, I would have confirmed. But there's no chance unless until you open up and you tell me. 2.1 not done. Those please tell me. There is nobody who is judging you. So it is only for my own feedback. Pallav. Okay, fine. Yeah. So whatever the reason, Pallav, at least I need to do. 2.1 not done. I'm not saying entire assignment. Are you understanding me? So here, 2.1 not yet done. Okay. So come up fast this. Okay. So I can see 2.1 also is not done. These guys you are saying, for example, Lokesh, all these 2.1 is also not done. Okay, fine. So I hope I'm clear. In day 7 yet. Okay, fine, fine. Yeah, that gives me a clear cut idea. So then there are other questions are kind of like, I mean, not important. So custom exception, because it was, if you don't do the customer, then the next part also wouldn't have been done. 2.2 was easy, right? So 2.3 was the main thing. So tell me, how many, now I'm reversing the question. How many, because that number could be lesser. How many have completed 2.3? We will have some system, poll kind of a thing, because then I need to see 60%, 40%, 30% done. Okay, so people are saying done, but these are very few. And then the tester was of course, the last point, integration point. So even lesser would have done it. So yeah, I can see, but majority has not done it. So what we will do is, this is my plan. If you have a better idea, better suggestion, anytime, tell me, because it has to be all done for you. So my plan was depending on the assignment status. So which I feel getting errors. So Pratiksha, individual problems, I can't take it now. That will have to wait till the lab time. So here, so the point is the assignment statuses, I would declare it as incomplete. Whatever majority, I at least 70, when I say majority, I mean 75% above. So I would do that. Now, what I'm planning to do is, I'm going to revise these things as always. And I have got means I knew kind of, I had a feel that it would be something like this, but the numbers are little lesser than my expectations, to be honest. So here we will write means in the theory session. So my suggestion is a very similar thing. I won't solve your customer based assignment, because then that kills the purpose of giving you things. But we will write something very similar in my vehicle scenario, and taking the clues from there, I'm sure in today's lab session. So today's lab session, again, no assignment. No assignment means revision part would be there, but take your time. Today is the last day I'm giving you. In the sense, last day, why? Because then tomorrow onwards you'll have collection framework related things. So come what may, take out time today evening. Today evening means today's lab session along with our lab faculties, and today evening, and complete the whole work. Okay, so let me not waste time. This is enough time spent on discussing lab things. Okay, so start the revision with me, please. At least I hope everyone has, even though you are not completed the assignment, at least you revised it. That is compulsory because I can't accept anything who is not even revised. So start telling me. Everyone knows the class is the class which represents, the class which stores, represents the date and the time till the millisecond precision is date. So which are the two constructors of it which are not deprecated? They are date and one is date with a long millisecond. So if you use this example, date d1 equal to new date. So what it will create? Creates date class instance which represents simple one, current date and time till millisecond precision. Okay, there's nothing difficult about it. And then this is, what is it going to do? I'll take this. So creates a date class instance. Anyone wants to tell me long millisecond? What are these long millisecond representing? Yeah, object with the current date. That was first one. What about the next one? Millisecond is, what does this millisecond indicate? The number of milliseconds elapsed after epoch. Absolutely correct. So create a date class instance representing the date and time elapsed after epoch date. And everyone knows the epoch date is nothing but your 1st of January 1970. Then, which are the methods which you have seen in the date class? You have seen toString. So when you say date class as toString, it gives you a date time string which contains day of the week, which contains the year, day of the month, the time, time zone, etc. So this is your toString, the overriding form. Then there are methods such as before and after. So I'll just ask you as an example. So suppose I've got two date class instances and its references d1 and d2. So when I say d1 dot after d2, so it's a Boolean returning. So it can either return you true or false. So anyone wants to tell me when will d1 dot after d2 return true? It's a simple question. It's obvious question, but still good to ask. When will d1 dot after d2 return true? If the time wise, if the number of milliseconds, if d2, for example, d1 is a Saturday date and d2 is a today's date. So in that case, it will return false because d2 is after d1, time wise or the date wise. Okay. Opposite is before. Next is date class has implemented a lot of interfaces, but the one important interface it implements is comparable, right? And this comparable is with a generic syntax. It's that angle bracket is basically the type of the object it compares. So naturally comparable, which will compare two dates. Today I'm going to take you to generics. So at that time, you will have an introduction to generics, why generics, what is that syntax, and you will know more. So coming back to this, date implements comparable. So which is the method of comparable interface? This is the one which implements, sorry, it has one method, which is public int compare to, correct? So this is what it is. And what it takes is, naturally it is date. So it will take the date type of argument, another date. So one is current date, another one is another date. So how do you use it? You just simply say d1 dot compare to d2. Okay. And what are the three possible values it can return? It can return -1, or it can return 0, or it can return +1. So when will this return -1? If d1 is before d2, -1. If d1 equals d2, true, that is both the dates are representing same time, same date, it will return 0. And if d1 is after d2, okay, then it will return a +1 value. d1 before d2, -1. Both are referring to the same day, same date, same time, then 0. But if d1 is after d2 time-wise, the number of milliseconds elapsed after epoch-wise, then it will return +1. Okay, so this is the basic API which I had shown you. But you have I mean, the assignment question. if you want to accept the date of birth of a customer, how is customer going to give it to you? Is customer, okay, in which format? In the string format. So now tell me, what are the steps if you want to convert, if you want to do two things? So steps for what? Steps for parsing and formatting. Okay, see, this is the way I like to revise. But if you have any better suggestion anytime, write to me or suggest it to us, any of us, me, myself or Swati ma'am and all, we can always customize. Coming back, what is the first step? Everyone knows that. Which is the class we use? It is Java dot, I am writing in fully qualified manner, simple date format, SDF equal to new simple date format. I hope you are responding the same because every time I don't see that. Yeah. And what is the argument for this? There's so many constructors. One of them is pattern. So let's change it. Suppose I say, I want to carry forward this example in our web programming, advanced Java, where my HTML5, it will be HTML5 date. Everyone knows input type date. So what will be the pattern then? Year, month, and day. This is what it is. If you say date time, I can add the time also to it, etc. So now tell me, how many copies of simple date format you require? Single copy or multiple? A single copy. Single copy per what? Per entire class. So, I mean, no, not per object. Per object is wrong. If you say per object, that means instance variable. You require just one copy, even if you are registering 100 customers in your website or maybe 10,000. Okay. So, since you require single copy per customer class, don't say object, it's the wrong answer. Then, what is the data type I should make it as? Static or non-static? Of course, static. Okay. And the next statement also, what is the best way to initialize it? Static initializer block. So I hope those who have completed 2.1, 2.1 means that first part of the assignment, the customer part, have initialized it from, initiated means initialized from static initializer block. Are we all 100% clear? Okay, so this is the first one. Now, can you tell me, I want to convert a string that is text to date. Where will you need it? You could have written it in a tester, but if I were you, I would write it in a utils class, a separate. So there I can do the conversion exactly, Rohit, validation rules. So there I can do the conversion, validation. Everything will be encapsulated in a method and tester simply has to call that method. Anyway, so if I want to convert string to date, which is the method to use? Obvious question. It's a parse method. Whose method is the parse method? Is it the simple date formats method or is it inherited from date format? Answer is inherited from the date format, not simple date format. You can check. This is what I expect you to do when you say you have revised and made me today. So inherited from, what is the superclass? Java.text is the same format. And which is the method? The method is public date. What it takes is, the name of the method is parse. What it takes is the string form of a date as well as time, and which is the exception it includes in the throws class. Means everyone knows throws class. Yeah, parse exception. It is telling you that this parse method may throw parse exception if you don't give the correct pattern. And the other thing it is telling you is this method is not handling it, so the caller has to handle it. So all these things are revision of your exception handling. And everyone knows, is this a checked exception or is this an unchecked exception? C or U. It is a checked exception, so has to be handled. All these statements I hope are clear. So this you will use. I would, like I said, this conversion, I would prefer if you do it in your utils class. Utils means validation rules. Don't get confused. The validation rules, you'll say where it is validation. I'll say it is conversion, and later you can combine it. You can add the validation also. Okay, so that is it. Then what else? Yeah, now you have a reverse conversion sometime. If you don't do this date to string, what you will get is date to string will be called. which will print unnecessary information such as time, time zone, which we have not supplied. Okay, so what is a better strategy? Use this method. Which is the method for this, guys? Format is the method. Absolutely correct. So where will you use this method? First tell me in which class. I've discussed the whole design. Yeah, that is fine. But where will you use it, Pallav? I'm saying you would typically do it in a customers toString, because that is where you will be what, printing or returning all the information. So customer classes toString will definitely require this. Okay, so I'm just suggesting that there's nothing like that has to be done here most of the time. So what is the method we are talking about? Now it is a reverse conversion. Public string already somebody had written. The name of the method is format. What goes in is the date class instance. There are no exceptions and all. Okay, so this was your quick summary of date time handling in Java. But there is a problem. What is the problem? Even if you give the invalid means suppose I get 2010 and the month in digit, if I give 15, will it throw me parse exception? It's a Boolean question, yes or no. Answer is absolutely not. Simply it will roll over to 3 months next. So 2010, suppose I say Jan, then it will go to February, March, April, and it will adjust the date. Then another question. So this is a limitation. I'm trying to tell you the limitations of the earlier date time handling API. Another limitation was here, only 2 undeprecated constructors, rest all were deprecated. Third limitation, if you want to do these conversions and formatting, I mean parsing and formatting, we had to create a class, we had to instantiate a simple date format, take itself and do that. Is there a kill-all solution? Kill-all means, is there a the solution to all our problems, one single solution to all our problems? Answer is yes, Java 8 APIs. Okay, so when I take you, not today, today's topics are nested classes, association, and generics, and I'm hopefully overview of collection framework. But like I said, time permitting. So whenever we get time, whenever you are settled, some maybe another 2 days time, I'll show you modern Java, that is Java 8 API, which is from the package. They have added the entire package, java.time, and then we'll discuss more. Okay, so this was one of the revisions I wanted to cover. Next one. I cannot take all the topics revision. Okay, what I feel are important or where I sense that, okay, this could be confusing, I just take that. So start answering the next one. So, okay, before I say why enum, have I said anyone where what is enum? No, I have not. So let's start with what is it? What is enum? It's a start from simple and then grow advanced and then get into advanced step. It is a keyword in Java, which is nothing but represents a type. Like how you have a class type, like how you have an interface type. So it is a data type. Okay. Um, of course, user defined. So answer the questions. What are the advantages of enum? There are so many advantages of enum. So enum allows you to create set of related constants. Example is here, all colors. I can combine it in the enum. So set of related constants. Okay. And if you want to, specify more, self-type constants. What is it? In a minute, we'll revise. Any other advantage of enum you want to quote? Yes, define constants, absolutely. Type safety, okay, applies, or rather, okay, applies is fine. I mean, I was just looking for a word, but okay, this is fine. Applies type safety to the constants. What is the meaning of it? If you declare a color as an enum, I can say, how do you access the enum? These are all public static final constant. How do you access any static member? The type name dot member name, that is color dot red, color dot yellow, color dot green, etc. Everyone gets me? So if you have a particular type, enum type as color, can you mix it up as a programmer's mistake? Can you mix it up with the directions? Impossible. If you try to compare color.red with direction.east. Impossible to compare. That is what I meant by applies type safety to the constants. Next one. Is it possible to iterate over all the constants declared in the enum? Absolutely yes. Can iterate. I'm writing in points. If you want the elaborate one, refer to that readme. Can iterate over enum constants easily. Okay. So this is what is this. And suppose you want to attach, in addition to the constant, I want to, attach some values. For example, the red color having the, if I say hue, saturation, brightness, HSB, the triplet. So if I want to assign some values to it, for example, red is getting the, I'm just taking some value 20. It is the, maybe the strength of the color, or HSB, hue, saturation, brightness, the triplet. Yellow is suppose having 10, some values. I'm wanting to assign. Suppose this is 15. If you are confused about what value she's talking about, I'm saying just imagine, like can you attach the values along with the constants? Very easy. For that, of course, you have to write your own constructors and all that, but it is very easy to assign or to add the more information to the constants. Okay, so adding, or other, yeah, adding or supplying. I would use, I was looking for again verb, supplying additional information, additional information to your constants, to the enum constants. I've not shown you this part. I've mentioned it in my readme, but I have not taken the example. So sometime I'll take, is easy. I'll give you a practical requirement so that, at least it will reach you and you won't, it won't have, wait, Anshuman, I'm asking questions, this later I'll give time for asking questions. So because your question is not clear cut where I can answer. So here, let me give you a requirement. Wait a second. I'm going to ask you, but maybe not today, tomorrow, since I promised today no more assignments. So wait a second. Where's our enum? Yeah. So can you see those who have solved it, those who have not solved it, I'm treating them alike. So don't take it that I can't answer this because I've not solved it. Right now you think. So see, customer is choosing a plan. It is customer type. Actually, better word would have been customer plans. You remember, you get different plans to choose. But how are these plans differentiated? Based on the fees you paid. Okay. So if you want to avail, I am talking, if you know something about AWS, the any cloud, or forget cloud if you don't know about that, at least you know your mobile plans, different data plans and all that. So now I want to link, now means not today, maybe tomorrow, I want to link, I want to associate the registration amount with the plan. Means what? Listen to this means what part. So if you are paying, for example, registration amount of 500, you get only the basic most services, which I added under the silver category, silver plan. Okay, if you are ready to go to 1000, so let's say 500, 1000 and 1500 are three registration amounts. So gold, you have to pay 1000, and platinum may be the highest, which is 1500. So till now, you have just associated the constant name and you are just validating whenever user enters, is user entering the constant name correctly. But next step of that is going to be associate it with, link it with the registration amount. So you will have to do the, what do you say? It is called as a compound validation. Compound validation means it is not related to only one field. It is spanning over multiple fields, multi-field validation. Example, anyone can quickly give me the example of multi-field validation? It's a common example. Are you understanding me or are you totally lost this morning? I said, from your web programming background, web technologies background, can you quickly give me a multi-field validation example? I'm waiting here. Yeah, form is fine. Come on, form and email, I don't. Email is not multi-field. Email is a single field. What JSON? JSON is a technology. Wrong, wrong. I mean, at least I'm not understanding what you're saying. Guys, something. Come on. Password and confirm password. I'm talking about two field validation together. So when I say password and confirm password, are you understanding? Multi-field. I made myself so clear. So will you just validate password? No. You will say this password is and the confirm password. Are they the same? You know, that kind. So coming back to the point here, what I'm saying is the registration time amount won't be validated separately. Registration amount add your category or whatever that customer type. And for supporting that, you will see there's a beautiful support. There's a simple support in enums. So let me not get distracted and waste our morning time. So that is what I meant. So here you can attach to your plans, customer plans, gold, silver, whatever, you can attach the registration amount and validation will work out so nicely. So that is what I meant. And linking additional information, supplying additional information to enum constants is easy. How? That is a detail. We'll look at it sometime. Now answer the next question. Did you understand my analogy or whatever? Did you understand what I said right now? I hope people are clear, not lost. Okay. See, again, I'm saying those who respond, I can talk to them, I can understand them. But those who sit silent, I don't think you are the silent variety, by the way. But the point is, basically, if you don't tell me your doubts, then I can't really help you. Best is the lab time. Coming back, what are the legal access specifiers for enum? Let us hurry up a little bit. 8:30 already. Which are the two different access specifiers I can attach? You know, default, which is package private, or it can be public, right? So currently, um, I won't do this. Or okay, since I have done this, we will solve this also. So here, uh, default or public, you said rightly. No, I was just wondering, what to like, whether to take this today, tomorrow, kind of things. So let's do it today. So when you say it is public, this is the this is what? This is your keyword, and then there is a name of the enum. So currently I'm requesting you to ignore all this. I'll come to that in 5 minutes. First answer these questions. Everyone has looked at, I had supplied it on what? On Saturday, Java C generated code. So I'll start asking you question by question. Which is the implicit? Okay, before I start my questions, is everyone understanding that? You just write a set of constants, even without those numbers 20, 10, 15, 12, whatever. I'm asking you, I'm just checking. Does everyone remember? Compiler synthesizes, as in generates, lot of code for your enum. Everyone remembers, sir? Okay, so that is the question I'm asking you. So, which is the implicit superclass of every enum? First answers java.lang.enum. Absolutely correct. Which is the implicit? I am PLS. Okay. And all answers, any answer if you find us confusing, please read my regarding enum or that read me enum or something. Okay, which is the, what is it I was going to say? Implicit superclass is fine. Yeah. Which is the implicit constructor it adds? First, tell me the specifier. What is the specifier for this? It's a private constructor. You will soon see for supporting it, we will have to add our constructor, but it will be still private. Anyway, implicit constructor is private. And anyone wants to tell me for color, imagine that these numbers are not there. So what kind it will be? I'll write it for you. Private color. I'll stop at proper points. How many arguments it will have? Yes, please. 2 arguments. So it will have string S and the position. Position means ordinal, right? And what will be it calling in the first one? You know, it will call super and pass S comma ordinal. Okay. So this is what is your constructor going to do. Absolutely correct. And what are these strings? These are nothing but enum constants. Okay. So let me not be lazy. I could be confusing you. I was going to, just anyway. Let's start with the one which you understand. So this will be the corresponding code. So it is calling this. Now, can you tell me what are the methods which are implicitly generated by your compiler. You know all these answers. Exactly. So there are two methods. One is values and one is value of. Absolutely correct. Now tell me, these methods are these the static methods or are these the non-static methods? Answer is they are static methods. You've seen the decompiled code. I hope everyone has seen it. I'm not asking you whether you have decompiled it yourself, but I had given you ready-made code, so you are supposed to look at it. Okay, these are static methods. Now I'll just ask you verbally. Values. What is the argument of this method? What it returns? Little faster. Answer is no arguments. It doesn't have any argument. Returns the array. But you don't just stop at array. What array? Array of what? Array of enums. Okay. If I want to be precise, array of enum type of references. But enum is nothing but the class. Okay. What is enum when anyone asks you? It is nothing but a specially generated class by compiler which extends from your java.lang.enum and which supports the combination of features taken from interface as well as class. Which part of it is from interface? Public static final constants is the part from the interface. Which is the part from your class? It has methods, it has constructor, it has static initializer block. All these are from class type. Okay, that was the thing. So coming back to the track, this is values, value of are the static methods. And as you told me correctly, so anyone wants to tell me, it's a public static method. So in our current case, if I write this as an enum, anyone wants to tell me what will be the exact return type? I hope people are answering correctly. It's a color array. Array of enum type of references. And enum you have seen, nothing, no big deal, nothing complex, just a class. Only compiler generated. Tell me the next one. Here, I'll write that in a full manner. There's another method, public static. You will fill in the blanks. Value of, and here also you will fill in the blanks. Three blanks for you to fill up. It's like a school. Okay, so tell me, what is the return type of a value of? In my case, in current case, absolutely correct. Color. Sorry. Okay, I hope this revision helps you. Such kind of revisions are meant to help you, not to confuse you. What goes in, please? What is the input it goes in? Of course, it is a string. Okay, and which is the exception it includes in the throws class? Which exception it might throw? If you give the wrong name, everyone knows the answer. So throws illegal argument exception. Absolutely correct. Is it a checked exception, guys, or is it a unchecked exception? Answer is it is a unchecked exception. Okay, I'll just write in comment in this unchecked exception. So compiler doesn't force the handling of the unchecked variety. You know that. So you don't have to really handle it, but somewhere you will have to handle it, and that somewhere is typically the tester and all that. Okay, so I think we have done, sorry, one more code, most important. Now tell me, what will be the data members? I'm asking you, what are the, I'm not saying state, it is a wrong word. State in the middle of night, non-static data members. Real definition of state is non-static, non-transient data member, but you still don't know the keyword transient from Java. So you just just understand what is the state of the object, non-static data members. So I'm not saying non-static data members. I'm just asking you, anyone wants to tell me in that decompiled class, which were the data members you saw? Even if you give me one, first tell me what are the modifiers there. Is it a public or private member? Quickly. It is a public member. Is it a static or non-static? It is static member. Is it final? Is it constant or not constant? It is a constant. So PSF. This part is interface relate type. So they say it is a combo of class and interface. Public static final. Yes, Rohit has answered my next question. Nikhil also. But it is a self-type constant. So what is the current type? Self-type is color. So now a color and what was it? So now you can have red, then you can have what else? Yellow and likewise. Okay. So these are the generated self-type constants. And the most important thing is the one which does all the magic is your static initializer block. So here, can you tell me? Okay, so in static initializer block, what kind of a code? Just give me one liner code. I mean, I will write the left hand side and you will give me the RHS. So currently guys, before this, the static initializer block gets called, what are the values for these references? These are nothing but color type of references are currently still null. Default value of reference null. But here, now it will get initialized nicely. So I'll just say red. I want to see what is the RHS. Yeah, I already got it. Very good. Somebody answered. I did not see the name. 0 is wrong. Somebody said wrongly. Guys, see this. Color is nothing but a class which extends from enum. So it is what? Is it a primitive type or is it a reference type? It's a reference type. What type of reference? Loosely, you can say enum type of reference. But we know that enum is nothing but a class, Java compiler generated code. So it is nothing but a class and having a implicit superclass java.lang.enum. If you're not sure about it, what it will be? What was a decompile code? Public final. It's a final class. So you cannot extend from it. Public final class. What is it? Color extends from java.lang.enum. This is what I meant. And this is what we are seeing in with some other example, purposefully taking different one. Okay, so everyone understands it. Those who said 0, I hope they are clear. I think maybe they meant the position. Yes, please. Here, what it is going to call simply nothing but a enum constructor. It is private, so only the code from this class can call it, right? New color. And for red, what is the constant name? Red itself. And what is the ordinal position? 0. And what that will be for our last one? For blue, I'm not writing in between naturally. It's too much of time wasting. So what it will be, guys? You know that. New color blue, that's a string. And the ordinal position would be, what is it? 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that will be 3. So this is the first look at enum. Are we 100% clear so far? At least after the revision or whatever. Okay, I've yet to take you to the real thing. I told you what is my plan. I'm going to ask you to link, assign registration amount and all that. I mean, it will grow. When I say it will grow, it will have a constructor, our own constructor, parameterized constructor. It can have data members, state, instance variable. It can have getters, setters, overriding toString I had already given you. So it will grow a little bit, but not today, maybe tomorrow. Or maybe in the lab session, I can ask you things. So this is what it is. And something else I wanted to ask you. Yeah. Which methods can be overridden? All these I have said, but you are hearing it for the first time, so you need revision. So can you tell me, when you write your own enum, which is the method? I already got the answer. The method I can override is toString. Will you be able to override the equals method? Answer is no. What is the reason? It's declared in its full and final form. Okay, so equals is gone. Gone means you have to just inherit it. And what was that other? Compare to. So comparison criteria and equality testing criteria cannot be changed. So this is like more than sufficient time spent on revision. And actually this is also a revision. But looking at your assignment status, I can't skip it. I mean, it will be bad if I skip it. And if I do it in only one lab, then I don't get the confidence that all others also are at the same level. So let us spend some more time. This is purely your assignment help. But the point is, I will not solve it in your customer scenario. I'll continue in my vehicle scenario. You continue in your customer scenario. So let me see. Just a second. I'll just open and I'll confirm. I'll just check what all we have got. I'm going to copy the earlier work. Just give me a minute. I'm opening. So it will be a recap to all of you also. So first of all, let me make a copy. 8.2, Control C, Control V, day 9.1. Okay. So let's see what we have got. All these things which I said, we have already added. So you can see there is has a relationship. Vehicle has registration number, color, price. Now, vehicle also has a date of manufacturing and vehicle also has a vehicle category. So if you say control click here, it will take you to the enum category, which is already like color, and this is almost the same. And this is your overriding form of your toString. Okay, so this is your vehicle class. Since we agreed that for different vehicles, you don't require different parsers, different formatters. So a single static copy initialized via static initializer block, a parameterized constructor which accept all the vehicle details, including registration number and the category and all. And in this toString, we are using the format method to convert to return the formatted date time string. And in this case, vehicle category, when I say plus, whenever you concatenate it to a string, object to string conversion happens via what? ToString method. So here, whose toString will be called? You have two choices. Enum's toString will be called or category, vehicle category. Of course, vehicle category, because you know that it's a overriding form. Okay, so all these things are known. And I had just given you the equality testing criteria, unique ID. Two vehicles are same. They're identified by the registration number. So, or you can, like I said, it is a little wrong this, but I don't want to now refactor. I'm just keeping my vehicles in my showroom or in my whatever what is it called, warehouse. Okay, so but unless until they are actually sold, we don't attach. So you can think of it as some unique number, chassis number, as I gave another this. So that is what is the key for testing the equality. And I hope everyone has at least written once or twice your own overriding form. So in your customer, it was email based. In my vehicle, it is registration number based. So do not be lazy and skip this. Anyone can hand you something which is not a vehicle and your code will break. Break means throw the exception. So here I am guarding myself. If this object does not represent a vehicle, if it is not an instance of a vehicle, then I'm returning false, as you can see. Otherwise, we are making the check based on what? Registration number. And registration number type is a string. So which is the best way? No, sorry, forget that. Which is the only way to test the equality of strings? Double equal to, relational operator, or equals? Answer is equals. Please keep this in front of you, because otherwise we would be somewhere in J2E, Enterprise Java, and we will be like checking whether the user has logged in correctly by comparing his email, checking his password and all. And you might have made a mistake of double equal to, and you will be saying, user is giving me correct email and password, and still I'm saying invalid login. Don't suffer like that. Don't make such mistakes in short. So that was the core class. The vehicle has a category. Then we had written next, I guess, we had not added any custom exceptions. So today we'll require custom exceptions. So take a look at here. It's not really a validation. It is just a conversion method. So today I will add some validation logic. Yes, for primitives, of course, which is you don't have to, you have to understand, for primitives, it is a value based. Primitives hold a value. So you use double equal to for primitives. Okay, that way. Let me ask you a question. Since you this thing raised a doubt, not doubt, whatever. Let me ask you. Listen to this. I'm just forming the question. If I change my mind, I think I asked you, I don't remember really, my memory is bad. So here, if I say the two vehicles are same, if and only if the registration number is same and the manufacturing date is same. It is called as a compound primary key. Equality testing spanning over multiple fields. I'll repeat my question so people can answer, people can respond, and which makes me happy really. I say two vehicles are same if and only if the registration plate, registration number is same, chassis number is same, and maybe manufacturing date is same. So start answering quickly. Change or no change? Obviously, answer is change. So which part will change? Which line will change? Line number 44 will change. Everyone can understand me? Okay, so here you can imagine anding. Anding means one more clue, one more rule, and, right? So I'll talk to you. I don't want to spoil this course, so we'll just talk about it verbally. I'll just ask you. So for testing the equality of two dates, what will you use? So you will be comparing this dot manufacturing date with another vehicle's manufacturing date downcasted. What will you use? Double equal to or equals method? See, people are giving me double equal to. Arpit, wake up, please. Those who are saying, I'm not reading all the this, not or. That means I have to write it. Since you give me such a wrong answer. This is just for the thing. Okay. So guys, you are all wrong. Those who are saying double equal to and all, you will be comparing the references. We want to check whether those dates are holding the same value. So coming back, holding the same value means same number of milliseconds. You've forgotten all this. Wait a second. Let me pick up this first. I'm not going to try it right now. I mean, you can try it anywhere. Somebody said or. Or is totally wrong. It's an anding of two criterias. Okay, and becomes so messy. So anyway, so what was it? Manufacturing date. I'll keep it under comment. Dot. Uh, sorry, what were you saying? I'll take your suggestion. And this is miss. So I'll have to have a downcasting. Okay. Vehicle dot manufacture date. I think this is what some of you told me. But guys, what is manufacturing date? It's a reference type. What is the type of that? Date. And if you remember, this is what I expect you to understand from revision. So open Java docs. There's no laziness. I'm spending huge amount of time, not started anything. But since you give me a wrong answer, I can't just go ahead. So here, look for date, look for java.util.date, and here, check this. I have told you this. So here, first question, has date class overridden object classes equals method? It's when I take you to this, I'm sure people will give me correct answer. Yes. So read this carefully. Compares the two dates for equality, and the result is true if and only if argument is not null and date object represents the same point in time to the millisecond precision as this. This means invoker object. So tell me, if you are doing using double equal to, what are you comparing? The references or actual dates? It is references. Please never ever make this mistake. So now, those who are telling me double equal to, have they realized their problem? Is everyone clear? Great. Because I don't want you to go ahead with wrong foundations, wrong basics. So what it will be, you will have to call that overriding version. So that is your equals. And here, this is the thing. Okay. So I'm of course keeping it under comment because that was not this, but I just thought of it and maybe like if people don't understand, they will make different mistakes later. Okay, I'll give you more practice of equals. You need more practice of equals, looks like. So this was the point. Okay, let me go ahead. So validation utils we had written, which was parsing string to date. And then the other thing is for, no, Pratiksha, you got it all wrong. Let me say it loud and clear. Stop, what you said, deducing wrong things. You might be meaning wrong, but you have conveyed it in a wrong manner. So I'm saying double equal to also gives you Boolean Pratiksha. So what you can say, what you're saying, I can't accept. Let me ask you, if you are comparing based on primitive types, it could be a boolean, it could be integer, it could be double, it could be float. What will you use? What will, don't go off track, Pratiksha. What will you use? Double equal to. Everyone understands it? But if you are comparing two strings, which is the reference type, or which you are using, for example, date, just now I gave you, or later I'll tell you local date, local type, what is it you are going to use is the equals method. Because if you use double equal to, yeah, like I said, I could be wrong, no problem. So if you use double equal to, what is it you will be comparing? Two references or actual contents? References. And who wants to compare references? We don't. We don't care where those dates are sitting in the heap. All we want to compare is the contents. You got me? So that is what I mean from my side. If you have said something and misinterpreted, sorry for that. So this is your one thing, earlier thing. And now convert date, convert category was already discussed. So now let us make it more interesting. And sorry, we had written something already. So we had already written a test stub. See this? And we had confirmed all the conversions. So I was accepting rather, details of the vehicle, registration number, color, etc. And till this, it was pretty simple, using lot of static import to reduce the code. So when I say convert date, just take the cursor there. This was a shared code. So it will call validation utils.convert date. String will be passed. If there is no problem, I mean, no conversion error, pattern mismatch and all that, it will parse it into date and return it to the caller. But if there is an invalid pattern, you will get an exception here. Entire try block will get aborted and the error will be displayed via catch block. You got this? Next one. Next one is convert category. So here, if I give some other category than the ones which I have for my vehicle, which will be the exception JVM will throw? Illegal argument. Again, the statement is the same. It will abort the try block, close the scanner and all that. It will enter the catch clause and display the exception. So this was very simple. So now this is what we are going to do together. And then I'm going to go take you to today's topics. Okay, so here, read this. Read this for a minute and we'll write it together. I would definitely suggest, if you have already logged in and if you are using some ID and all, you just copy, make a copy. You saw what I did. I copied day 8.2 into day 9.1 and we can write together. But if you say, no, we can't manage with whatever typing and what you are saying together, no problem, no pressure. Do it in the lab. Look at it in the lab. Read this. Okay, so here. In case of a success, I got a glitch. It's amazing. Almost on the same time I get the net glitch, you know. I mean, it's I don't know what happens at this point. I'll say this again. You have the question, you have things in front of you. I said we will accept the vehicle details, we'll apply the validation rules, and in case of a success, then only these details will be added to a suitable data structure, nothing but an array. And what are the validation rules? I just tried to give it similar to what you are doing. Okay. So rule is, I should not be adding any duplicate vehicle information. I'm not storing two old vehicles in my showroom. So vehicle manufacturing date should not be before 1st of Jan something 2010. And it should belong to the supported valid category. I hope everyone can understand that. And then this is simple for each. Display all the vehicle details, and this is the simplest exit. So tell me honestly, is the requirement clear? If the requirement is not clear, you can't. I mean, I can't proceed. Everyone is clear, which is very similar to what you have been doing. So now you can relate it to your customer assignment, and those who have solved it also can take a look at it. Okay, so I'm going to write them as the different rules. Different rules means what? Different methods in my validation utils class, validation rules class. So let's take the simplest of the lot. Okay, so manufacturing date is, so which is the class I should open? Just a second. I hope I'm in the correct package. Yeah, day 9.1. And I want to add a rule. So what is the rule here? The rule is, I'll just add it here so that you will get a chance to think. Because now when the complexity increases, I don't want people to feel lost. That, okay, in the first week it was all nice and rosy, and now suddenly we don't understand. Shouldn't happen. Coming back. So manufacturing date not before 1st January. So tell me, should I add another method for this? Or should I modify the first method or second method or whatever? Answer that. No. There is a conversion as well as validation. Everything can be done together. Are we understanding it? This is how you think, this is how you design, this is how you build. Okay, so which method naturally? Nothing to do with the category yet. So convert date. So let me say that as convert and validate date. So when I change the name, you immediately understand that other code will break, means compile error. We can fix that. So this is going to do the conversion as well as validation. Fully clear? So now let's do this. So here I can't do return, simply assign it. So how do you assign? This is an IDE trick, no brainer, no concept. So simply say control 1. When you say control 1, it gives you the quick tips. You can say assign the statement to a new local variable. If you say no, I don't want to do all that, you can type it out, of course. So let's say date d1 equal to sdf.parseDate. So here only the parsing is done. Only the conversion is over. Sorry. Right? Now which is remaining is the validation. So how do I validate? Which method you want me to use? It's already in the answer. Before method I can use. But here I have to first convert this date, 1st Jan 2010, to which format? String format or date format? Of course, date format. Okay. And since I have given you in a hard-coded manner, how many times you need to do it? You just need to do it what? Exactly once. So where do you write this code, which has to be called exactly once? I'm asking you all the leading questions. Which is the part of the code exactly, which gets called exactly once is static initializer block. So can I add a static initializer block in this class? Wherever, not in the interfaces, but here, yes. So static initializer block. And here, of course, I'll have to declare private date. Sorry, it has to be, you can make it as public also generally. Wait, I'm just thinking. What is the visibility? You know what I was thinking? I was thinking who all can access it. Only this class needs to access. Why I'm making it as static? Because it has to be accessed from static initializer block. Private static date. I'll say test date. This is the test date against which we are going to test. And now I'll write the left hand side test date. Can you tell me? See, when I open a discussion, I've got 10 points in mind. So all 10 points I want to share with you. Coming back, tell me, how do I discuss the RHS? No, you can't do it in a final manner, Abhilash. You'll get a compiler error. Try it in the lab. Yes, please. So what is it? You will have to call the parse method. But here, SDF is in my other class. So should I create another copy of SDF? Not required when I have import static. Have I imported it? No. So let me, oh yeah, sorry. I have imported it already. So I'll just simply say sdf.parse. And what is it? Now here, since I'm giving a hard-coded it, Abhilash, you said constant and all. So for that string, you can declare it as a constant, not for a date, because it is getting created here. Which is the, I'm just checking, which is the date time pattern, DDMMYY, fine. So I have to give it in the same manner, DDMM, 1st of January, right? First, there is no leading zero required. It's optional. And 2010. When you solve one question, you have another problem. Tell me why there is a compiler error. This is how you practically apply your knowledge. Unhandled checked exception. Tell me the solution. There are two solutions. One is try catch, one is throws. But guys, throws is impossible to use here. Where does a throws keyword appear? In a method declaration. So tell me, is it any method? No. Those who don't trust, I mean, trust is not the thing. Those who don't understand, check it out, do it. Spend more time in the labs, spend more time in the whatever, hands-on. So if I say parse exception, it's not even giving me, forget anything else. It's all wrong syntax. Answer this again. Where can throws keyword appear? In a method declaration. So you don't have to worry about it too much. Just take a cursor here and only suggestion it will give you is wrap it in a try catch block. Is everyone clear? This is your static initializer block. So it doesn't allow you to add throws. So the only solution you have is wrap it in a try catch block. And which is the exception which can come here is parse exception. And here always never ever keep the catch clause empty. First thing is add something there. So I just want to say a simple message. See how these are all the standard techniques. Error in static initializer block, and most importantly, what error. So I hope you are getting lot of revision of exception handling. You're getting a chance to apply it and all that. Okay, so this is done. Now compiler is happy. Now let us proceed. So now it is like easy one. So what should I do? If D1 means whatever date, manufacturing date is before. So if D1 dot before test date. So what should I do? Is it a correct date or is it an incorrect date? C or I? If the manufacturing date is before that, do we want to store it or do we want to throw the exception? It's an incorrect date and I don't think we have an exception. Wait a second. I'll show you all the techniques because that is how you can grow. So I don't have any custom exception. We don't have any custom exception here. So give me a minute. So throw new, I call it as vehicle handling. You're calling it as customer handling or whatever. So vehicle handling exception. Check spellings, yeah. And here, what is this is invalid date. You can give a more elaborate message that date cannot be before this and all. But everyone knows there's no such class here. So again, the quick fixes. So here it is giving you, when I click on this, it is giving you the solution. What is it we want to do is, we want to create a custom exception class. So here, I don't know, the font is too small. So it is asking you, do you want to create a class by this? Or you can say control 1 also. It will give you the same tip. Of course, I want to create it. Answer that. Do you want to create it in this utils package? I don't. Which is the separate package we generally create? Custom exception. Guys, now this week onwards, you have to balance the concept and the hands-on. You can't say I just kept reading your readmes, I'm still not understanding. You will not. You will have to pitch in, dive and start writing code. So custom exception. So super class it has understood. See, it is so smart ID because we said throw and all. Exception. Am I done here? And vehicle handling exception. Fine. Now, what is the thing we had? I don't want that error message to be null. So I'm going to accept it. String error message. And we are going to pass it to this. So tell me honestly something. Is everyone clear with creating custom exceptions at least by now? Because it was done last 2 days ago. I don't remember exactly. Every day. So if you may not have understood it on that day, but by today morning, I expect the full clarity. Because don't expect that I say something today and you'll immediately get it. But by tomorrow evening, I keep giving you the time span. That way you should be clear. And if you want to get rid of this, you can always add a suppress warning here. That is totally optional. More on this, exactly what is this warning, I will talk about it in serialization. Control Shift F for formatting. Now, let's get back here and finish it. Now tell me, still compiler is, what do you say, cribbing. Why? Unhandled checked exception. Because see this, here, it will tell you, unhandled exception of the type, because it is a check. Can I add a comma separated list of exceptions? Absolutely yes. So one is due to parsing, conversion. The other one is due to validation, vehicle handling exception. Okay. Here. And if the control comes down, what does it imply? Validate or invalidate? Of course, it means validate. So return that, return. So validate, validate. So what should I do? Return parsed and validated date to the caller. Today, in first half an hour or whatever time, I don't know, like I'm going to revise this code because by then the code would be there with you. And based on this code, I'm sure everyone will be able to complete the assignment. Okay, that is going to be the plan of today's lab. So validate, so return this to the caller, return D1 to the caller. Are you understanding the extension? Earlier it was doing only parsing. Now it is doing parsing and validation. 100% clear? Next one. So this is one of the validation rules. Let's see what else we want. So this is done. Valid category is already done. But here, see this. Let me ask you a question. Here my question. Here, listen to my question correctly, carefully. If I give something other than these categories, is JVM going to throw the exception or is programmer? J for JVM, P for programmer. Who is going to raise the exception? Everyone knows the answer. It is JVM. Okay. And do you remember what it says? It says in a real, in a what? In a cryptic manner, not cryptic exactly, but manner, no enum constant. I said, which is the exception JVM will throw? Illegal argument exception. You have that catch-all block in the tester and the error message will say no enum constant of this variety. Suppose I say auto rickshaw or something, I mean. Okay, so it doesn't belong to our categories. So user will say, what is that enum constant? End user is not a Java programmer, is a layperson, right? So layman. So if I want to, I'm showing you different techniques, professional techniques. If I don't want to have this illegal argument exception, if I don't want to give this cryptic message to the user saying that no enum constant, I want to give a simple error message to the customer that you have chosen the invalid category. I'm giving you a lot of clues. And the supported categories are 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll repeat my problem statement again. I'm saying, I don't understand you or this. Anyway, just a second. I'm saying, just listen, everyone. Is this not working? Of course it is working. But is it a best possible code? Absolutely not. So what I want, always think from the client's perspective. Exactly. So what I want to show to the client that this is a wrong category, invalid chosen category. The supported categories are these many. So is the question at least clear? Is the requirement at least clear, or are you lost in the requirement? I need to see more, yes, because otherwise, I'll be talking to only part of you. I want the whole part. Yeah. So we are not discussing, Surya, how, of course you are right, but I expect people are understanding. Great. So Surya has already given me the help. So in that case, who has to handle this illegal argument exception? This is called as the method level handling. Okay. So every time you don't delegate, you be smart. Let your business logic decide it. So here, observe. I mean, there's nothing to observe, but here, I'm just saying, okay. So let's surround it by try and catch. Is adding try catch block compulsory here? Answer that. Mandatory or not mandatory? Absolutely not mandatory. So I'm saying, let me take away this and let me catch illegal argument exception. Okay. Now, so I'm saying some of you might have already got it, some of you might have known it, but I want everyone's understanding. You know that. So now here, when will the control come here? If user chooses the illegal category. So we are doing the method level handling. You know web technologies well. So there are two types of alerts or what is it, JavaScript handling. One is a field level handling. So anytime your focus changes from email to password and email is not containing at the rate, immediately error. Or other one is form handling, form level handling. You take the form data. I'm talking in your web technologies term, so better understand. So take the entire form data, send it to the server and let server validate it. Or forget server. So you don't have a server in the front end. So maybe you just take the entire form data you have on submit or I mean, yeah, any event, on click event, submit button click event, and in that function, you do the validation. I hope I'm reaching you. One is field level handling, one is form level handling. So this is equivalent to your field level handling. Okay. So now, once we catch this exception, I want to now come out with my own error message. So how do you do that? So you already told me that. So here, rethrow the exception as custom exception. What is good about custom exception? I can manipulate the messages. The built-in exceptions messages are built-in, so I can't play any role. So is there a keyword such as rethrow in Java? Absolutely not. But you have a throw keyword. So here, throw new. I have got, what is that? I have got vehicle handling exception. And here I'll say invalid category chosen. Are we understanding it? Same old question. Why there is a compiler error? Compiler forces the handling of the checked exceptions. So here I'll say, suppose I don't want to handle now the custom exception here. If any of you are feeling lost, I'll say, take it step by step. If I'm okay with throws illegal argument exception, survive that, understand that. But if you say, okay, I have already understood that, I'm giving you a better alternative. So throws, which it will be now, vehicle, sorry, vehicle handling exception. Okay, so that satisfies the compiler. But our job is only partially done. So why it is only partially done? User will only see this message, but I'm not showing the user that these are the categories supported in my shop, not shop, what was that? Warehouse or something. See, I'm trying to revise with an example. So is there any way I can get all the categories? Not categories, what is it? Yeah, all the vehicle types. Answer is yes. How? Values method. Exactly. So now I want to build. Listen to the words I'm making. I want to build a message. I want to build a string message which has invalid category chosen appended by the list of not list whatever the names of categories. So what will you choose for this purpose? Will you choose your string or will you choose your string builder? No, Abhilash, not really. Category dot toString will not give you anything. There is no category chosen. I want to see all the categories. What will you choose for creating the growable string? Will you go for string or will you go for string builder? Guys, I'm trying to revise all the things with example, of course, string builder. So let's do it in a proper manner. So here, create a string builder instance. Is that the only way? Of course not. There are 10 different ways. I'm just showing you one. Equal to new. I have to show you the example, practical example somewhere, not just theoretical. And here I'll take this. Okay. So I'll say invalid category chosen. Fine. So that's my original message. Now maybe on the next line. So new line. And here Now you know you can iterate over enum constant so easily. So what is it? I can have, okay, iterate means I'll just do this. I can do it right away. Wait a second. Which is the method to concatenate? Answer is append, sb dot append. See, mix of earlier APIs, arrays dot toString. Anyone wants to tell me what should I pass instead of null? Which method? Values. But if I say only values, compiler will say which values. So which values actually? What was that? This category dot values. Is there any shortcut to only call it as values? You know the answer. What is that answer? Import static. Are you enjoying this? Are you understanding that all earlier things we are just putting it together that way, and that will give you the confidence of going ahead in Java. So coming this import static, I'll simply say category dot star. Earlier I was importing only value of. Now let me import the value of as well as values. If you say Control Shift O, it will pick up only the ones which you are using. Okay. So anyway, that's the IDE thing. So coming back to the point, I've got this category dot values is covered. And here, should I say SB? I'm in the cursor position. Should I say SB or should I say SB dot toString? Okay, forget it. I'll do it and show you. This is obviously wrong. What is my constructor requiring a string? And string builder is not a string. So here you will have to explicitly call sb.toString. So I'll stay quiet for a minute. Just look at what we did, or I can say invalid categories, and I'll say supported categories or available categories. You want to do further formatting, I'll say don't use that arrays.toString. Arrays.toString has that square bracket format and all that. You can attach your for each loop and go through it and generate. But I just, got you in the direction. I'll stay quiet. Are we completely lost or are we there? Is anyone fully lost? Clear? Okay, great. Like I said, we have the lab session for such discussions. Own up anything and everything that, okay, from day 1 to day 9, anything what is not clear, I can spend more time in the labs, not here. So this is the, I think, kind of full and final. But here, this you can modify. This you can replace it by your for each if you require some other formatting. So this is also possible. I just went for an easier one. Now the real interesting one for me. This is okay. I'm absolutely okay if you don't do this jugglery. If you just throw as an illegal argument exception, I can still accept your code because it's fine. But the one which was really important to me was how you are checking no duplication. So this is where everyone's attention should be. So here, another validation rule, no duplicate vehicle. Okay. So something is wrong. Okay, people are answering each other, which is so cool, which is so good. Of course, after that, if there is a pending doubt, directly in the lab. Now, when I say duplicate vehicle, when will you say vehicles are duplicate? If their registration number is duplicate. Okay, so it is based upon registration number. Everyone knows that. In your case, it is email. In my case, it is registration number. Pretty same, pretty similar. Okay, that is it. But now, I do, okay, anyway, so let me not give you the clues. So how have you done it? Those who have done it, how you have done it? How have you done this? Are you checking the registration number of all the vehicles in this loop? I'll repeat the question again. I said, Those who have done that customer duplication and all that, how have you done it? In a for each kind of a loop, for each, whatever you like. Have you compared the, what is it? The email ID or something? No, for each is okay, fine, fine. Let us go step by step. For each is fine. I got it. But I'm saying in the for each loop, are you saying if one email, whatever, this dot email or something, dot equals the given email? Is that what you have done? Yeah, that is what I meant by compare this. I'm saying you are repeating yourself. I'm saying you are repeating yourself. You have already done it. No, Saurabh, you are totally off track. I've shifted from available categories to something else. So don't go backtracking. This is done. This is over. If you have anything to say on it, directly say to tell me in the lab. I'm talking here. I'm talking about here. So this is not a category base. This is registration number ka discussion is going on. Okay. So here I'm saying you have written that logic somewhere. So if you have comparing email, you are doing wrong. Overloaded equals Vipin. Think again. Equals. Is it overloaded or is it overriding? I'm talking to Vipin because these words can kill you one day. Overriding one. I hope you meant overriding version. So I will accept the solution only if you have used the equals method. You'll say, what is this? What is this? Like, whatever. I mean, compulsory things. I'm saying, meet me like tomorrow in the collection framework. And in collection framework, there are methods such as contains, index of, last index of, and all. They use your equals method. So this whole exercise is to prepare you for collection framework. Okay, so I scratch your code. I mean, remove your code if you have done it actual comparison, because guys, you are comparing it already. You are testing the equality already via equals. So that is what was intended. I never said, I don't remember whether I had written it in my assignment, but the point is this was intended. So coming back, if you have not done it, then do it now. So here, start. So here public. So I'll write it in the comment first. Add a static method, because this will also tell you a lot of things. And I'll tell you my hidden agenda, no longer hidden, is when I take you to collection framework, finally, I'll be showing you so many methods which internally call this equals, which are based on equals. So that time there shouldn't be a confusion. That's this. So add a static method to what? I'm just forming it. Add a static method to validate, to check for duplication. Okay, so this is what it is. So I'll write it in a very simple manner. Public static, obviously. Who is going to call this validation rule? I'll guide you thoroughly if you are feeling little lost. Yeah, that's okay, Vipin. So here, so tell me. So who is going to call this method quickly? Tester. Tester, while validating, is going to call it. And that validation, category, not category, vehicle validation. So public static. And as a, what is it? I'm going to base it upon registration number. So instead of returning a void, let us return the validated registration number to the caller, which is string. So to check for duplication, I'll mention more. In case of a duplicate, tell me, what do you want me to do? You tell me. I'll give you two choices. Return the validated registration number to the caller or throw the exception. Answer this. Everyone knows it. I'm going super slow over this. I spent entire my 2 hours only in revision and solving assignment. So I want by the end of today, 12 o'clock midnight today, before you meet me tomorrow, everyone's assignment should be done. Coming back, in case of a duplicate, throw the exception. Custom exception or built-in exception, of course, JVM doesn't understand any duplication business, so throw the custom exception. Or in case that registration number is non-duplicate, what should you do? Or return non-duplicate validated registration number. Non-duplicate validated. Is this comment at least clear? Because if this comment is not clear, then you can't understand anything. Is the requirement clear? I'm just spelling out the requirement. So now you'll understand. It will return me either the non-duplicate registration number or through the exception. So I'll say check for duplication. Any good name. Check for duplication. And your smartness lies in tester is going to call this method. So can anyone tell me what all I have to pass? See, it is the method declaration where you have to spend good amount of time. What all I have to pass from the tester. Let's see what people are saying. With string, Pratiksha, I hardly understand. Can you tell me something like, okay, so registration number. Okay, so what I understood, let me just, one is string registration number. Okay, so I'll say input registration number. Input registration number means whatever user has given. Anything else is required? Of course it is required. So this is accepted, done. Done means, okay, accepted this much. Anything else? Vehicle. No, Akash, I don't see why you require a vehicle. What reference, Vipin? Which reference are you talking about? Tell me correctly. I'm going to write in Java, so give me something which will work in Java. Yes, please. I am not going to answer it. You have to answer it. Those who have done it even by comparing registration number would require this. Exactly. So array of vehicles. Roshni has said it right. Guys, where is my data? Vehicles data. It is in the tester. So you will have to pass that array to this method. Then only you can iterate over the loop using for each, whatever you prefer. And then only we can test the equality. So good old statements. In Java, everything is what? Pass by value or pass by reference. V or R. It is pass by value. So when I write this, I'll write something, okay? So if I say vehicle array, let's say vehicles, okay? So here, let me just control space it. I just imported it. So when I say vehicle array vehicles, is it doing copy of object or is it having only copy of reference? O or R? What is happening here? It is copy of reference. Soon I'll be writing the tester. Looking at time, I better finish it fast. Otherwise, today's topics suffer. So you already have created an array object. Its reference is there in the stack of main, stack frame of main. So that reference is being passed here. Reference is being copied here. So that reference is passed by value. Meaning what? This vehicles, this reference will start pointing where? The same array which I'm going to create in the tester. Think over all these statements. I just said the array object is going to be created in the tester and it is the copy of that reference to that array. In short, I can access the vehicles very easily. Now let us go ahead because this is story is still not over and I'm spending so much time with something in mind. Something in mind is that collection framework. Okay, so now tell me, I'll write something. You tell me what will happen. Just sit back and answer the question, what will happen. For each vehicle, be in vehicles. Next question. Is null checking required or not required? Before I call that equals method, is null checking required? Answer yes or no. Of course, yes. Because my warehouse capacity could be 10,000. I could be just having the 1,000 vehicles manufactured so far. So of course you do the null checking if V is not equal to null. And now I'll write, I'll write something. Give me a second. If V is not equal to null, if V dot equals input registration number, that means it is true, it is returning true. Then I'll say throw exception, throw new. Give me a minute to write the code, please. You can keep solving in between, but I'm not asking you the question yet. Duplicate registration number detected. or duplicate registration, something. And if I come to the end part, since there is an unhandled checked exception, throws vehicle handling exception. This is all a complete revision of equals and all of that. And if I reach here, then I'll say return input registration number. Let me just see for each vehicle, V equals input registration number this. Okay. So take a look at this code. Don't give me any answer. Just absorb this code. Look at this code, and in 1 minute, I'll ask you something. So you think about it. You don't worry about what I'm writing. You just solve that code. Okay. So I hope everyone has read this code. Everyone has gone through this code. These are the trick questions. So you better be good in that, in those trick questions. Okay. So now give here my inputs. Suppose you have already got a vehicle array. You know, vehicle array is array of references, actual vehicle objects stored elsewhere. If you need my help, we will draw together this memory diagram, but in the lab session. And it has got, let's say, 3 vehicles I have added. And what are the registration numbers? These are the registration numbers. So now, for the 4th time, user wants to add the another vehicle with the registration number as ABCD123. And if you have written the code in this manner, what will happen? I think there are only 2 options. Will it throw the exception or will it return the input registration number? Are you understanding the question or are you lost in the question itself? Will it throw the exception or will it return the input registration number? It will throw the exception is what you are saying. So some of you are saying throw the exception, some of you are saying the return the input. Correct answer is it will throw the exception. Oh, sorry, just a second. If V equals input registration number, sorry, my mistake. So it will not throw the exception. It will return the input registration number. So you will be happy thinking that you have done it all well. Okay. So here returns, what was that? Input registration number. Okay. Continue. Don't trust a letter of what I'm saying. You are going to try it out, test it out, but in the lab session. Now, suppose I'll just copy paste this. If user adds another vehicle with ABC1234, think carefully and say what will happen. Inputs, I mean the choices are the same. Throws that duplicate registration number detected or returns the input registration number. Tell me, will throw the exception or return the registration number? So in short, okay, one thing at a time, and let me not go to the next level. Answer is, see, are you understanding guys things? I'm not sure how, because you know I can't look at your faces and I can't know from your body language. Can everyone see? This is a duplicate registration number. At least everyone got that. So if our code was working, it should have thrown the exception. But as you are saying, I don't know whether you are doing it just by fluke or with understanding, but it is going to return the input registration number, meaning what does it imply? Will you have in your database, in your warehouse, the vehicles will be having the duplicate registration number. So will not detect it as the duplicate. This is what I'm telling you ahead of time. Don't trust me. Run it and check this. So that will bring us to a problem why it is not working. I'm sure some of you would be lost. I'll say this right clearly. Wait second. This one I'm not asking for suggestions. First, people have to understand the problem. The problem will be you will if you give a wrong, new registration number, it will accept it and you'll see, oh, my code is working so fine, so nice. But if you give even the duplicate registration number, still your equals method will not what is it called, will not detect it as a duplicate, and here you will have two vehicles with the same registration number added in a warehouse. So I'm telling you ahead of time, this is what will happen. Don't trust me, but now I'll not write because it means a lot of writing, a lot of test cases and all that. So here anyone can point out where is the problem. There's definitely a problem in the code, right? So no. Akash, you are completely off track. You are not using the equals method. See, I'll tell you why you are off track. If your solution, if I accept, I'm saying we are repeating ourselves. We have done exactly this. So I can't accept your solution. So if you're not sure what I'm saying, please talk to me in the lab. Anyone, where is the problem? Tell me there is a problem in a particular line number. Can you tell me the line number where there is a problem? Exactly, Pratiksha is right. So give me the right line number, please, so that we are in sync. Line number is 54. Okay, so go systematically. It takes a little bit of patience and okay, patience or whatever. So what is the argument here I'm supplying? What is the data type of argument I'm supplying? Quickly, is it a vehicle or is it a string? V or S? It's a string. Everyone agrees with me? Yes or no? It is a string. Now go to your own code. Just a second. So here say this thing. Where is my code? It's an overriding form. So of course it will go to vehicle. And what will happen here? What will it return? True or false? What will this instance of return? True or false? Quickly. It's a simple question. I expect immediate answer. I think Zoom is hung. True it will return. Some of you are still saying true. Anshuman, for example, no. Guys, you are passing a string here. Is string instance of vehicle? Of course not. So it doesn't even enter inside. This is where your debugger tells you exactly. So attach the debugger. I've shown it in one batch, one lab or whatever. Okay, so attach debugger and press the flow. Don't trust me. So since here string is not the instance of vehicle, it is going to tell you false. And the moment it sends false, see where are we? Here we are false. So here the whole loop will run like that and it will come to return input registration number and it will happily add a duplicate vehicle number. Sorry, it will add a duplicate vehicle with the same registration number. So fix it. This is the problem statement. So everyone I hope agrees that the problem is with the argument. So anyone wants to tell me what should be the type of the argument I need to pass? What should be the type of the argument? Wrong, Vipin. You're still wrong. You're still in your this thing. Wrong, this vehicle. Only two vehicles. See, guys, oranges can be compared to oranges. Faculties can be compared with other faculties. Students can be compared. Bad idea to compare students, but still they can be compared with students. Are you getting me? So this is what is a killer. And if you little bit observe, compiler is telling you, ID is telling you, I'll tell you, what is it saying? It is saying unlikely argument type for equals. String seems to be unrelated to vehicle. See our smartness of ID. It is telling you, guys, you cannot compare a string to a vehicle. They're so dissimilar, incompatible. So you must have messed up something. You have made a mess. Okay. So this is where is the problem. I'm not going to unfortunately repeat it. I'll repeat it 10 times, but meet me in the labs. Not now, because see the time already. So now tell me, what is the solution? Should I pass here a string or In my question itself, there is an answer. Or a vehicle which holds the registration number. String or a vehicle? Of course, a vehicle. But now, see my other problem. User, my tester has only given me the registration number because that is my equality testing criteria. So I will write in English, you just translate it to Java. So create a vehicle. You know, when I say create a vehicle, what I mean is create a vehicle object holding or wrapping the registration number. What is registration number? Is your key, primary key. What is primary key? Nothing but a unique ID. Okay, so answer that. So how do I do this? Just translate this into the Java code. What is it I will require? Wrong, wrong, all wrong. Anshuman, you are off track completely. So here, what should I do? How should I do this? So here, I'll say vehicle. This is an important topic, which is the internal working of so many methods in collection framework. So before I take you to data structures, this is a preparation. Vehicle V is equal to new vehicle, and see what we have got. I have got this constructor having 10 different arguments. So should I use this and give null and zero values? Or is there an easier approach? Answer is there is an easier approach. Which is an easier approach? Tell me. I'm getting all the answers from you, hoping that you will understand. Oh, don't say over this thing. Use the correct version or overloaded constructor. You know, new constructor is what I meant, but use always technical terms. So here, I don't have it, of course. So I will have to write it. So vehicle, and let it wrap only my input registration number. Of course, it is going to crib, will generate one. And here, what should be the argument? Oh, I use the V here. Sorry. I'll say test vehicle. This is the vehicle to be tested, for example. So here, if V dot equals test vehicle, and you will see now ID will say, okay, you are on the right track. You are understanding what is happening. So just give me a minute. Everyone knows how to generate the constructor. So generate a constructor. Deselect all, and which is the only member I'll require, which represents my unique key or primary key is registration number. This part is easy. What is not easy and what is not immediate is this part. So now tell me, when I call the equals method, what is the type of the argument? Tell me, is it a string? Is it an integer or is it a vehicle? It is a vehicle. Overload and all. Okay, overloaded constructor, right, of course. So it is a vehicle. Is this vehicle holding the complete information or only the primary key? C for complete, PK for primary key. Answer. Only the primary key. And that is all I need for testing the equality. So now test the flow. So let me this. Now again give the same inputs I'm giving. Suppose you have got these vehicles with these registration numbers, and now user gives you ABCD 1, 2, 3. So don't tell me what will happen. Let us actually see what happens. Okay, so the control comes here. So what will V point to? Vehicles of 0. What is the registration number for vehicles of 0? Oh, sorry. ABC 1, 2, 3, 4. Are you understanding or are you lost? If you are lost, please, I'm requesting, draw the memory diagram. And then none of you will be lost in the lab session. I'll repeat my statement. There are 3 vehicles in my warehouse, these registration numbers. And when I say for the first time, everyone knows that V is equal to vehicles of 0. So tell me, where is vehicles of 0 pointing to? First vehicle object. What is the registration plate number of that? ABC 1, 2, 3, 4. Are you all with me? Can you visualize? If not, draw the memory diagram while I'm talking to you. Quick diagram, not the whole one. Okay, so that is what. Now the control goes to the equals method. This is where I'm saying debugger is so essential. So when I say v dot equals test vehicle, now here you have got a vehicle type, test vehicle type of reference holding what? Only the registration number. Please remember, what will be the test vehicle ka registration number? It will be ABCD123. Test vehicle is wrapping, for example, if I go by with this ABCD123, the first case. Still there? Now come to our overriding form. So just remember, one is having ABC123, another one is having ABCD123. Okay, now control comes here. Tell me, what will this return? Is test vehicle a vehicle? Answer yes or no. What will it return? Of course, yes. So what will this return? This will return true. Are you getting? Equals method is so important, so powerful. So now it will come here, and what is it going to, what is it is checking? It is checking that ABC123 with that ABCD123. So tell me, this is that string classes equals method. What will it return? True or false? You just have to say T or F. Let's see what people are saying. Or are they totally lost? Like, so I hope you are not. So I can't see your this. What is it going to return? I'm unable to see. Okay, what it should return is, yeah, now I got the answer. False. Because you know sometimes it hangs. Of course, false. So this method has returned false. Control comes back here. And here now, will it continue in the array or will it return this? C for continue, R for return. Quickly, I need to see whether you are able to solve the code. Okay, the answer is continue. Only the first vehicle was tested. Now tell me, in the next iteration, V is what? Vehicles of 1. Now I'll say quickly, faster, otherwise we'll be here the whole day. What is the second vehicle's registration plate number? DEF123. Are you getting this? So V is pointing to the vehicle with this particular registration number. Test vehicle is still ABCD123. So what is it going to return? Again false. So guys, this is sequential searching. If you know something about order factor, time complexity, it is going to give you ON factor. It has to search it from the first element till the last element. That is why people prefer hashing. All those things in collection framework. Coming back. So now tell me quickly, let us fast forward it. Tell me at the end, after all three vehicles are tested, is it going to return me consistently false or true? F or T? Consistently false. So if will I come to this line at all? Answer is no. So it will return validated non-duplicate registration number to the caller. And will that vehicle get added in the database or whatever that array? Of course, yes. Now in the next minute, let us test this case also. So suppose this was anyway working. You will say why you are wasting our time. It was working earlier, but now it will work properly. Coming back, tell me, start. I'll take a, okay, I'll not waste time. Now start, please. So the new vehicle registration number is ABC1234. You have to take both the cases, duplicate, non-duplicate. So here, so anyone wants to tell me, what is it going to hold now this time? Which is the registration plate number it is going to hold? ABC1234. Everyone with me? Okay, so V is the, sorry, test vehicle is the reference pointing to the new vehicle object holding only input registration number ABC1234. Okay, next. Again, the same story. So first is this. Tell me, when I call this, control again goes here. What will instance of return? True or false? Of course, true. Test vehicle, I must have said it third time, fourth time. Test vehicle is a vehicle. Okay, so it is fine. And now tell me what this will return. This is your string class ka equals method. Tell me, what will this string classes equals method return? True. Everyone understands ABC123 and ABC123, same. So now control comes back here. And the moment I say V equals, means this returns true, we are throwing the exception. So then we are not trusting. It will be stupid testing when I have already got a duplicate. So this will throw the exception. and return, and not return, what do you say, abort this method, and that exception is delegated to the tester. I feel I have spent enough time in explaining, but still, so unless until you do it, so no, this is the best possible approach, and this is the approach collection framework uses internally. So already I have overspent time. I've not even started today's topics, guys. So all these additional questions, I can't take it seriously now. Please meet me in the lab or meet your lab faculties and get whatever sorted. I still have to write the tester. See, it is somewhere I have to balance time. Answer is, somebody said that every time you are creating a new object, no shortcut to that. It will have to be created. So now let us spend last whatever 6-7 minutes in quickly writing a tester. So I'm writing this tester, and after looking at it, I hope you will have enough clarity to solve or to complete your assignment. Those who have completed, I'll give them some optional extra work. I'll not keep anyone bored. Don't worry. So going ahead, see, okay, this will be, of course, not working because there is an additional argument. Anyway, I'm going to write a new tester. So let's call it as tester 2 or test 2. Questions, please. Hold on your questions till the lab time. If I made a mistake, then I can't this. No, this is the approach, Surya. Like already I said this. Anyway, you show me the code in this earlier code. Also, you are promising me to show something exception handling, but you never showed. So do show me such things in the lab. Anyway, so now focus. This is your tester. Start with the outermost structure. Go systematically, you will not make mistake. Tell me, which is the resource you are going to open here? Scanner. It is auto-closable, so there is no headache of explicitly closing it. I had already drawn in that design diagram what will be the structure. So you should tell me. So we are inside. Now here is the initialization, basic. So in that initialization, let us create a suitable this. So you can ask if you want, enter the capacity of your of warehouse. Warehouse is where you are storing your vehicles, or showroom, or whatever. I mean, some place where you keep the vehicles. So I hope nobody requires my help here. So let's say, okay, a small question, because people get confused. Do you remember? We just recently wrote something. Here, I have passed here. So the question being asked is, should I keep the array reference variable name as vehicles, or anything I can keep? Vehicles or anything, V or A. Because people are confused. Anything is the answer. Okay. So here, vehicle array something. Okay. Just to confirm, because it's a method local variable. How will it matter what name I gave here? Okay. So new. But people keep thinking about all these things, so it should be clarified. Next, let me just write the quickly skeleton code. Oh, sorry. Before that, I still need to maintain my exit condition. I still need to maintain my counter. Today is the last day we will maintain counter, because later we'll be in collection framework where nothing of the sort is required. I mean, it's a growable collection, so things become easier. Then the outermost here will be while true, or I mean while not exit types. I'm explaining each and every point. I hope people are catching up. While not exit. Now inside you show the options. So this is the menu. This is the options. So here is add a vehicle. Next is display all. That display all is a test case actually, just to confirm what we are doing is correct or not. And 3 is the update, removal and all later, CRUD later. Now you can ask user to choose the option. Now, if you directly add a switch case, what is the disadvantage here? While giving some inputs, if user gives the invalid input, what will happen to the code? The code will simply abort. So do you want to abort the code or do you want to retry? Do you want to give the user a chance to retry? Of course, chance to retry. So this is your inner try. Okay, nested. Everything you know, I'm just putting it in the application. That's all. Here, I don't know. I might get illegal I won't get, but I might get custom exceptions, parse exception and all that. So a catch-all. Typically in the main, somewhere you have to handle all the exceptions. And since we don't know whether our code is working at all, add the debugging. Okay, so this is it. So this is your inner this. And innermost will be now switch case. Some of you might get sometime that indefinite loop if you give the wrong input. So, and you will get a stack overflow kind of a thing, indefinite loop. I'll talk about all these things, but in the lab. What is the solution? One word solution it is. So case one. Every day I can't do this, help you throughout the assignment. I can do it, but not in the theory session, but in a lab session, definitely. So here I'll say exit equal to true. So this will automatically stop everything. Okay, so now here I'll say, I'm not, only small thing I'm skipping is the boundary condition. You can add that boundary condition. Check the value of counter is less than that array length and you can do that much. Looking at time, I'm just skipping that. But please add, I'll mention it here. Otherwise you will forget. Add boundary condition. This is to do for you. So enter whatever. Enter vehicle details. And user doesn't know in which order you want it. So you better tell user, right? Always user friendly code. Part of it we had already done it. Only I'm just putting it in a larger example. So registration number, color, price, date, and a category. Okay. So now, if all goes well, then only we will be adding this vehicle into our database. Database means today it is just an array. So let me call the constructor, and the way we have, sorry, not this one. This will just take this. So now see there are different ways, 10 different ways to solve it. But the way we are doing it should be the easiest. So here, now see this, don't feel lost in the last minute. So first I'm not accepting this. I'm accepting registration number, color and all. So tell me, is there any validation rule on a register? Vishesh, all these answers later, I told you, because I have really overspent time today. Okay, this is the one of the standard practice. Please ask all your questions in the lab. Okay, so what I was asking you was, is there any validation rule on a registration number? Yes or no? Tell me quickly. Answer is yes. I hope you are saying yes. It is a duplication check. So I have to call that method. So see what I'm saying. I don't want to call it every time as validation utils dot a particular method. Import static saves the day. Saves the day means reduces a lot of code. Here, utils, the fully qualified name, validation utils, and I'll simply say star. So whatever validation methods just now we wrote or we upgraded or we managed, I can call all of them directly. Simple point. So what was that method name? I forgot. Check something. Yeah, check for duplication. Okay, so here. See the way we have written, I have suggested the method so that either it will throw me the exception so that inner try-catch block gets aborted. I get an error message and simply get a chance to retry. So what is the first thing I have to supply is the registration number, which is, it is going to take you a lot of time to go through the code. Okay, so give yourself at least 30-40 minutes and I'll take the revision, of course, in the lab. And what I'm passing next is the vehicle array. So object is not being passed. Its reference is passed, and that too a copy of the reference, if you understand what I said. So this method will either return a validated registration number which is non-duplicate, or it will throw the exception. So rest of it will get aborted and you will get a chance to abort. You will get a chance to continue with the new thing. So next one. Now the color. So color, I don't think we have given any enum or something. So any color. SC dot next. Price also. I'm not given any rules. So I can simply say SC not xable. Now tell me, for the category, are we writing any, sorry. I think I messed up. Just give me a second. This is, so first is the date and then is the category. Sorry, my mistake. So we have to do the parsing and the validation. I'm just looking for the method name, convert and validate date, right? So here, convert and validate date. In goes the string form of a date and out comes this. So instead of calling 20 different methods or other 20 different lines in calling this, I can combine it because everywhere either I'm throwing the exception or I'm returning the validated value. That is the best way to arrange. Convert validate date. And the last one is what? That is category. So that is, I think, convert method somewhere. Where is that method? Convert category. Yeah. So let me say convert category and sc dot next. Have I uppercased it? I'm just checking. Yeah, I have uppercased it here. I was not sure. So I think it just does the job. Let's see, something a mess. Yeah, a bracket is missing. Anything else? Okay. So there is a small disadvantage. Okay, small or big, that depends. So what is the disadvantage of this style? I will explain after the break. Let me just finish this. Vehicle V, I'm just checking. You also check my code along with. There are different ways of writing the similar things. And if it survives here, if it comes to the next line, what does it mean? All validation rules are success. I mean, is it a valid vehicle detail or invalid? Implies valid details. So now you just have your counter. So what is that counter? Vehicle array dot counter plus plus, equal to V. And we can give a message to, inform the client as an end user, customer, or what. I mean, end user is a better word. Vehicle added. This is for your debugging. So do spend time. I'll share this code in the break, which is in 1 minute, this. And let me just quickly finish it. I'll not even test looking at time. You do the testing. I will do the testing after we resume in 1 hour's time. So here, vehicle details, all vehicle details. So if I have made some mistake and all, do tell me after we resume. All vehicle details, and all you have is a for each. You can of course use for also. I'm just using for each. Vehicle array. I have to do the null checking. Oh, V is duplicated. See this. There is already within the switch. I have already got this. So how can I reuse duplicate variable name? Problem. So if V1 is not equal to null, we have already overridden the toString and that does the job. So just I'll have a cursory look at it, vertical look at it. I think we have done it correctly, but there could be because I have not tested it at all. So this is what should give you complete idea about how you are going to complete your assignment, total idea. Because when I show you something in total detail, at least I expect you should be able to carry out. Not, I'm not saying copy paste, write it on your own, just apply it to a different scenario. So before taking a break, I'll just create. I have not tested it. I've written it. You know that. So we will test it. Or if you get time, you test it and tell me if I have made some mess somewhere. So what is it? D9.1. You go for various cases and then you will also tell me a disadvantage of this code. This is a disadvantage of this code. So let me share it with you. Wait a second. Okay, I'm sending it to you. If you want, you can, download it and have a look at it, and we'll resume the discussion with I will just, okay, absolutely, Rishikesh, it is always. And if you have a specific request to make, I may not be able to take your request in the theory session because I've been given very limited hours. I anyway overstep on that. But in lab session, we are relaxed that way. We have got a lot of time. So I can really sit down with individually each of you one-on-one time. And wherever you are stuck, just be open with me. And then, I can definitely help you. Anyway, let me not stretch your this thing, delay this. Go through it, import it in your workspace, run it with different test cases, valid inputs, invalid inputs, and tell me if I messed up. And we will, of course, do the testing. And then one question I'm going to ask you, what is the disadvantage of this style of coding? Okay, so all of this after an hour. So let's see you after the break. You can have a look at the code. Have you got the code, guys? I hope you have already received it by now. Let's see you after the break. The answers maybe you you may not have got time. No issues. We will test it. Oh, so that test1 now is a problem. So I don't require this test one. It had the constructor from the earlier one, did not have that matching. So test2 is the one I want to run. Okay. So suppose I say 10, add a vehicle, color, price, date. I'm just checking the things one by one. So here, suppose I say, what was the date validation? Some year I had given. So it should be before something. Yeah. So let's give it before 2010. Okay. So let's say 2001. Okay. And then the category doesn't matter. I can say anything. Okay. So where is it a valid data or invalid data? You know all of that. And this can totally confuse you. Has it happened to any one of you? Yes, exactly. So, this is caused via the pending inputs in the scanner buffer. Okay. So I just wanted to show you the problem. Otherwise, the solution doesn't become impressive. So what is happening is I had discussed, sorry. So this was I had read off. And if you remember, I had given all the tokens in one line. If you keep giving them on the different lines, then this will not hurt you. So here, what happens is here, next token which I have read, which user has given is not read because the exception, the code aborts, the try block aborts. So after the catch block, simply add a one-liner to read off all the pending data. So to clear the buffer of a scanner. Everyone remembers there is a buffer, inherent buffer associated with the scanner to clear the buffer of scanner till next line, till new line rather. You know the method sc dot next line. I'll repeat quickly the problem. The problem you saw. It is indefinite because what is happening is, which is the pending input which has not been read, that ABC category. Control never reached here. It came to this point, sc dot nexted. Run it through a debugger and you will have even better understanding. And it is finding the nexted method is throwing the exception because it is expecting an integer and I had written ABC. And that input has never been cleared, has never been read from the scanner's buffer. So what is a standard technique? All these are standard issues, standard these things. So after one round, somebody is unmuted. Please mute yourself. So after reading the line data, current data, simply read off the pending inputs using sc dot next line. And what that will do is that will clear off completely the buffer. Okay, so just confirm. I'm going to give the same wrong input. Let's see. So add a vehicle. Oh no, this one, Ketan, I think you are unmuted. Please mute yourself. Color, price. There's no, I mean, I've not done any validations on this. And suppose I give 12,120,09 before that. And then I give a wrong category. So now you can see. Now this is what is expected. Why it is coming in like this manner? I said print stack trace. Ideally, after testing all this, you will just say SOP E or E dot get message, invalidate, and I get a chance to retry. So this time, I'm just confirming before sharing the code. I have shared the code, but I'm just testing it once again. So let me now make the date correct. If I say here slash, everyone knows what is going to happen. System exception or custom exception? System exception, unparsable date. See, more you solve, more you play with the code, more you explore, understanding is always better. Then, so now this time, let me give the correct this after it should be. So 2010 is fine. And here if I make a mess. Now do you remember we had caught that illegal argument exception and rethrown it using our custom exception. So see this, I can get to tell the user he has chosen an invalid category. Do you remember all these discussion? I hope so, because you have code now in front of you. I'm not going to repeat it. And I'm telling user available categories are this. So you remember we have overridden. So this sounds stupid, stupid in the sense unnecessary. So it's just a make fix. So I can simply say, I don't want this word to appear everywhere. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just asking you to play with the code. Okay. I'll abort the application. I have given entire 2 hours in taking the full revision. So I do expect some understanding. So coming back to the point, I'm just showing you the effect. And now if you see, can you see this? Oh, sorry. My mistake. That copy pasting problem. I got the wrong date. So suppose if I say 2012, it's after that. And suppose I say this. Can you check this? These are all coming in lowercase. It all depends on whether you are overriding to string or whether you're happy printing the constants. That's not the point. The point is we accept, or rather we absorbed, we caught the built-in exception and rethrown it. We have rethrown it as a custom exception where I can absolutely get the details, proper details to the user. With the user, I can share. Now, let me finally give something which works. And what is it? So what are the vehicle this? SUV. Suppose I'm buying a SUV. I have a lot of money and I'm buying a SUV, suppose. Okay, so this says vehicle added. Confirm immediately. You can see that the vehicle has been added. You can just do a little bit of formatting and you can say category is SUV. I'm sure can do this much. So let me add another vehicle. Just let us add some couple of vehicles and then check the duplication. So suppose I say this. Suppose it's a white colored vehicle, some price. You make it the data same as it is, and the category is, let's say, what is the category I've got? Sedan maybe. So can you check something? Here it has gone. Earlier it never went to vehicle sequence method because that was the first vehicle you had added. So of course it was a new vehicle. See, we have got a lot of SOPs for your understanding. Either attach the debugger or add system.out.println so that you can test the flow. So it is calling in vehicle sequence. So which people are still confused looks like. So whose equals I'm calling? Wait. Let me have a proper question. In validation utils class, whose equals method I'm calling? You have two choices: vehicles equals or strings equals. It's vehicles equals. So people have understood it. At least those who are answering, they are correct. Okay. And that vehicles equals method is based on strings equals because the registration number is a string. You change the registration number to int, and then what? Then it will be the double equal to checking the two integer numbers. Okay, so that's it. Now, and since the vehicle number is of course different than ABC1234, of course the vehicle got added. So that tells me that okay, at least one part is working fine. Now let me add another one. I'm still adding a different one. Don't worry. Let me have some things at least, 2, 3. So and see the way it has been done. So hopefully with those many SOPs, everyone will understand. So I've got another one, Sedan, and this. So tell me, is it a linear searching algorithm? Is it a sequential searching or not? It is a sequential searching. So imagine, I'm saying something ahead of time. Imagine you have got 10,000 vehicles. So N value is 10,000. So if you have got a 10,000 vehicles already in the warehouse and you are adding the 10,001, what is the worst case number? What is the worst case scenario? How many searches you'll have to do? Exactly. Order of n. So forget people, if don't understand order of n, forget it. Give me the number 10,000. And that's such a horrible wasting of time everywhere in the loop. You are creating a vehicle object and then you are calling the equals and all that. So in such cases, when you need the constant searching, what do you say? Constant searching? No, I'm not saying that, right? We will enter hashing in Java. And yes, exactly. And there you'll see. So when I tell you tomorrow about what is it called? Array list and all, or even linked list, it is, going to go linearly. Of course, index-based searching will be faster. But the point is, this is what you absorb today. Forget about what I said about collection framework. Next one. So now let me add a duplicate one. Let's not waste too much time already spent over, this. So observe and conclude. Oh, get this. What is it? What is the mess I did? It was asking me an option and I gave the option as this. So sc.nextInt gave me a problem. So I can't do this. So let's say add the vehicle. It was going to give me, yeah, finally, right. I made a mess while giving the inputs I said. Let me give the input properly. Okay. And here I'll give the same one. Same details. You saw I'm copy pasting it. Do we have the same vehicle already added? Answer is very much yes. And now you should see. Check this. So this is what I meant. Worst case scenario. So it had to make all the checks. And last thing it found is the matching vehicle. If you are lost, don't feel lost. These were the vehicles in my database. Database means array. And I gave the new input as ABC1236, which was in the last position of the slot, array slot. So naturally, at the last time I found the equals method. Vehicle classes equals method returned me true, indicating duplicate registration number, and we are aborting the code. Aborting as in we are not accepting the details. So this is what I wanted to show you. Like I'm saying for the 10th time, I've really overspent time today. So I'm not taking any more questions. Just one last question I have from my side. I asked you before our tea break or whatever, breakfast break. What is a disadvantage? You could be saying that it is looping. Don't tell me about timing complexity. I know it is sequential searching. So I'm not talking about the speed. Other than speed, is there any disadvantage of this style of coding? Answer is yes. So I'm asking you what? Okay, let me take you to the point fast because I don't want to waste time. Suppose user gave a wrong manufacturing date. What is it user has to prompt again? Only the date or all the other fields else? I mean, all other data or this? Answer is all other fields. And not only the date, you're missing the point. See, if you make a mistake here, I'm asking the user to enter all the details because I'm not storing it anywhere. So this is the example of form level validation. That is, entire form data is submitted from client to server or whatever, wherever you are doing the validation, and you are validating, and then you are responding. You are not storing it anywhere. So another approach is field level. So yes, field level validation. So how can you achieve it? Tell me, I have a crisp last question. Am I asking you to apply it? Of course not. But you should at least know about it. So if I say, see, I'll tell you. Yeah, I want a better answer. Of course, Filu, but wait, give me a clearer answer. Let me finish my question, guys. I'm saying I don't want to hassle the user by adding all the inputs. I just want to say your maximum retry count is 3. So till 3, yes, all these looping and all. And otherwise you give up and enter all the details again. So yes, local variable and all is way. I'll tell you, see how much you understand. Instead of doing centralized error handling via delegating the exception, you can do the method level exception handling. What is the meaning of method level exception handling? Tell me. Where will be your try catch block? Answer that. Where will be your try catch block? In the method itself. So there you can maintain the retry count. Okay. And you can say while the max retries are not over, keep on giving the choice. But when I say that, you know how people off track? I've seen a lot of students. So what people do is they create a scanner here and start talking to user. Don't do that. Pass the scanner reference from the tester to here and then you can modify. So there are two approaches to solving the problems. There are multiple. One of the approaches like form level, the entire data has to be I entered again, and which is what currently I'm recommending. But if anyone wants to add, of course he can or she can add a method level validation. And here I'm suggesting now this itself will ask for retry. But for talking to user, what is it you need is a scanner. But you cannot create the multiple scanner instances in the same application, wrapping the system.in. So what I gave you further clue was you have a scanner created in the tester, just pass it along and you can do the method level validation. I said just hear about this approach. I'm not at all insisting that you try it. Okay, that was the all the things I wanted to say regarding the assignment. Yes, definitely. And Vishesh, what you do is don't try it for all. Maybe you can pick up one field, let's say in your case, customer email maybe, or whatever maybe, and you can try it. Okay, that is the suggestion. Again, mostly we prefer centralized error handling, centralized exception handling approach. And when I take you to our final topic, which is Spring Boot, Hibernate, RESTful APIs, Spring framework is such an advanced framework. It gives you couple of annotations. And using those couple of annotations, we will do the centralized error handling in a very standard manner. So these are all the in-between steps, learning steps. Okay. So let us start finally with today's first topic. You already know what is it called? Is a relationship. So which is the keyword? If you want to bind a subclass to superclass, subclass inherits from superclass, which is the keyword extends. An implementation class implements multiple interfaces, which is the keyword between a implementing class and an interface. That is also is a relationship implements. One interface can extend, can inherit from multiple interfaces. What is the keyword we use then? Extends. Already there was an answer. So now I'm taking you to has a relationship. You will say we have been using it. Of course you have been using it. I'll just make it formal. Okay. So here, are there any examples? I'll highlight. Are there any examples of has a relationship right here? Of course, yes. Vehicle has a registration number. It has a color. It has a price. It has a manufacturing date, etc. So then what new I'm saying? I'm just giving you terms like, somewhere there is a strong coupling, there will be loose coupling and all of that. And this association understanding will help you a lot. Exactly, vehicle has a price, agreed. So this will help you a lot when I take you to Hibernate and we create relationships between the different entities. In short, mark it as a important topic. So let me just give me a second. I'll just open. So associations, you have the complete readme and all. This is a very cute picture, cute in the sense very self-explanatory picture. Okay, so don't worry about the title. It's so famous. I've downloaded it from that somewhere. I forgot where. Okay, so take a look at this and I'm going to ask you questions. So this is a pet owner. Okay, and this is her pet. Okay, so now next thing. So first question, what is the relationship between a pet owner and a pet? You have choices. Is a, uses a, has a. Of course, has a. Pet owner has a pet. So, has a relationship is nothing but the association between the objects, association between the entities. Everyone clear? Now, there are two forms of association. One is the loose coupling and one is the tight coupling. So, the weaker form of association is called as aggregation. Stronger form of association is part of relationship, belongs to relationship, is called a composition, but that doesn't make it clear. So let me talk further. So here, if I am a dog hater person, I suppose I don't like pets at all, can I survive without a pet? Of course yes. I can lead my happy life happily, peacefully, without owning a pet. Okay, next example, there is something called as a stray dog, street dogs. So can they survive without having a particular owner? They do survive. You see so many stray dogs on the road, right? So the point is basically these individual entities can survive without each other. It is not like that owner, every owner has to have a pet and every dog or every horse is okay, cat maybe, he must have a owner. So this is a weaker form of association. By the way, there is a very thin line. If I'm talking to a dog lover, he will say, no, I can't survive without a pet. So there's a thin line. So this weaker association is called as aggregation, where you can create an object without this is basically a dependency. So you can create a dependency object without creating this dependent object. So they are like they are associated, but they can be created without each other. Whereas now, okay, again, it's a very thin line. But anyway, let me take you further. Can you tell me what is the relationship between a pet and a dog? Is a, uses or has a? Of course, is a dog. So, pet is not a dog. Pet can be a cat. Pet can be a rabbit or whatever you have these days. I don't know even. So anyway, so dog is a pet. Please don't go, do the mistake. Pet is the superclass, dog is the subclass, and pet can be any form of a pet, including birds and all that, even though it's horrible. But anyway, so here, dog is a pet. Okay, so is a. Now, I know from whatever knowledge I have regarding dogs, there are varieties of dogs who do not have tail. But generally, I'm talking to the varieties which have a proper tail. So what will be the relationship between a dog and a tail? Is a or has a? Has a. And what type of relationship, strong or weak? Of course, strong. Can you imagine a tail without a pet, without a dog? At least I can't. I don't know about you. And typically, you can say that, okay, the dogs, the typical varieties of dog do have a tail. So, this is a simple example of different varieties, different relationships. And as I keep saying, you can decide depending on your requirement whether to make it as a strong coupling, strong relationship, or you can make, sorry, this is strong, composition is strong, aggregation is a milder form, weaker form. Okay, so now take a look at README and we'll of course apply and then things will be clear. So read this much. I'll just add a word here, typically using. Why not always? Because when I say a vehicle has a price, price is not a reference type. So So I think you must have read this. So again, if I want to describe the what do you say pets feature, I don't have to maintain it in all 10 pet owners. I can just have a class which is pet, and I can just add the reference of that in my owner class, dog, I mean pet owner class. See example. Example is right here. Vehicle has a category. So we created a separate enum for that category and simply adding the reference here. That is the immediate answer. So when I take you to databases and especially to Hibernate, you will see that there are all different types of associations, relationships possible, starting from one to one to many to many. So one to one example, suppose at the most I can afford one pet. So owner has a pet, single pet. Owner can have multiple pets. So from owner to pet, it is one to many. Opposite end, from pet to owner, it is many to one. What is the example of many to many? Typical example, student and courses, books and authors. Okay, I'll take one. Can one student take multiple courses in a school or in a university or in a this? Of course, yes. And can one course have multiple students? Yes, again. So that is a classic example. Or your author and a book. One author can write multiple books, and one book can be written by multiple authors. So this is just a beginning of the topic. I'm showing you today in everything in object world, and enter Hibernate. We will learn Hibernate and you'll see amazing feature of Hibernate that too much advance in time. You just write all the things in object world and Hibernate will generate the tables accordingly and relate the entities, relate the database tables. So that is where we will be using it max. Okay, so sticking to today's things, two forms, aggregation and composition. So here, when you say owner has a pet, owner feeds a pet, use cases, pet plays with the owner and likewise. But aggregation is something where a child, for example, pet is considered as a child side of the association, can exist independently of a parent. But if you want to, for example, look at this, a class and a student or bank has a customer. So suppose you write model means write a class as a bank. Bank has a name, HDFC, let's say. IFSC code, it has the address, and one bank holds the information about multiple bank account holders. So that can be your array of customers. So currently I can't give you the example of list of customers or set or map, not yet done. And so what kind of a relationship exists between a bank and a customer? One to many. You got that? And if you say, I want to maintain, from a customer side, I want to find out where is my account created? What is the information about the bank? This is a two-sided, not two-sided, bi-directional relationship. So that from the customer side, it is many to one. Some of you will object and say that I can open account in multiple banks. You're absolutely right. So then it will be many to many. Are you understanding? One bank can have multiple customers, and suppose I as a customer, I am not restricted only to opening account in HDFC. I can open account in different banks. One may be nationalized, one may be cooperative, one may be private bank, and that. So currently this example is as this. So this is a, but if I say I'm a customer who only deals in cash, today you can't do that, your Aadhaar card and all those, you're under watch and all that. So the point is just imaginary situation to understand the point. But can I as a person exist without a bank or bank account? Answer is yes. If I'm dealing continuously in cash, where do I require bank and all that? I don't. Okay. So this kind of relationship you can model as aggregation. But in today's world, people are mandated to open and link their bank accounts to Aadhaar card, etc. So today you may be thinking that it is not possible, but the point is, this is a example of aggregation. But when you talk about composition, these are the part of relationships composed of, belongs to. So one example I already gave you, pet has a tail. Typical examples, famous examples, just Google search and you will see so many. So here, I can't think of a pair of lungs without belonging to a person, right? Or an engine without a vehicle or a car. Or if you just say, I have got an address, that address has to belong to certain person. So, so what is the point I'm trying to make is, in such tight or stronger form of couplings, this child cannot exist without the owner. Child cannot exist without its parent. And suppose you are maintaining a what is it called, address book, contact list, your friend list and all you have. So if you delete a particular friend, if you unfriend somebody, or you delete a contact or something, then do you want her address also to be deleted? Obviously yes. If the person is gone from your contact list, what is it you're going to do with her phone number, or whatever? Okay, so typically child cannot exist on its own. And such a tight composition, if you want to say that the address, nobody should be able to create the address object on their own. Anytime you want to create an address object, it has to be enclosed within the person object. One simple trick is nested classes. Okay, so you can easily, that is the next topic. I take related topics, you know that. So check this. You have a outer class person. These are the person details. Sorry, these are the person details. First name, last name, date of birth, UID, unique ID, Aadhaar card number, maybe something. And now person has a address. So how will you what is it called? How will you relate this? By adding the address type of reference as one of the data members of the person. Okay. So now there are two options. So that association is basic. That's a bottom line. But now I'm saying, listen to this carefully. If I take out this class address and create it as a separate class, imagine just one class is person, one class is address. Tell me, think in Java and tell me, can anybody means the third party, tester code, can tester code create the address object if it is written in a separate manner? Yes or no? Of course, yes. Are you understanding? Somebody said no. I think you did not hear my question. I'll repeat my question. Imagine that this is plucked out. This is removed and this is written in a separate class manner, separately. For example, there's nothing then private at all. You know that. Okay. So I write it separately. Can anyone instantiate this? 100% yes. So then I can't give the composition. Then I can't give that strong coupling. Address cannot exist without the enclosing person. So if I want still, yes, Anshuman, it will be still has a relationship. So what kind of a relationship it is? Still person has address, but there is no tight coupling between a person and address. But if you want to impose that address should not be created without the enclosing class, enter nested classes. So that is what is my next topic, our next topic. Like how we have the outer class, Java, C++, C Sharp, all object-oriented languages allow you to nest, allow you to declare a class within a class. And what is that class within a class called? Nothing but a nested class. So you can easily achieve, you can nicely achieve tight coupling using nested classes. So association you already knew has a, and as a bottom line, aggregation is definitely a milder form, weaker form of a has a relationship. So I don't want to jump into this directly. I'll give you some background. I'll show you nested classes variety. And there are 4 types of nested classes in Java. Today you will learn only one. And when I see that you have settled on the first one, the most important one is something called as non-static nested class, inner class. Okay. Once you have settled on it, then as an exam objective, I'll give you more. So we are talking in what is it? Association only, but a tighter form of association in form of a composition. So let me see if I've written something in my sequence. Yes. So we are entering the nested classes. And one of the varieties, give me a minute, I'll show you a slide where I'm showing you all types of nested classes. So today you are going to look at only one out of four, non-static nested class. And instead of feeling lost in the words, think of objective. So what is the additional objective we are solving? I'm continuing in vehicle. So we will add another state. State means static data member or non-static data member. Everyone knows that. Non-static data member. Correct? To the vehicle. So see this. Vehicles are there in my showroom or in my inventory, or I mean in my warehouse. End user, maybe a broker, I mean showroom dealer or somebody, has purchased a lot of vehicles. Maybe give me all the SUVs, give me all the Jeeps, give me all the trucks, whatever. So now they have to be sent to a particular delivery address. So tell me, what will be the relationship between, where is my vehicle and a delivery address? Is a, uses a, or has a? Everyone knows that. And has, of your right, of course, association has a relationship. And tell me, can a delivery address exist independent of a vehicle? I hope the answer is no. So how can, unless until I have marked it that, okay, this batch of vehicles or this particular vehicle has to be shipped to a particular customer, particular buyer, you can't have it. So what is the kind of relationship we want, association we want, strong or weak, S or W, strong composition, exactly. And now you'll see, using this nested classes, it becomes so easy to manage that. So here, this is what we will be adding. I've already given the answer. Composition, the stronger form of association between the two. And what is it we are achieving it? Stronger form means what that is? The third party code, or I'll say third party means you might again feel lost. The tester code. Tester code won't be able to create. Actually, the better word is third party code. Any third party code than a vehicle, tester code won't be able to create object of, what is it? Object of what? Object of delivery address without enclosing. See the word enclosing, that itself tells you nesting. Without enclosing instance of the vehicle. So that is what we are trying to do in the some time, and then we will go ahead and do something else. So always think realistically. So what is it I'm going to do is, you remember we just recently solved some tester. So there were some options, very basic options. What were they? Add the basic vehicle details, that is vehicle is getting manufactured and added into the warehouse. That's it. Next one, display vehicle details and exit. That is all. So now here, read this. This is what we are going to add, and via nested classes. Read the highlighted code. I hope you can visualize. My vehicles are all manufactured, trucks are maybe manufactured and kept in a place, in a, what do you say, storage area. And now somebody wants to buy my trucks, or somebody wants to buy my Jeep or whatever I have, two-wheeler, three-wheeler, something. So then user, what is the input you will get from user is the registration number. I'm totally wrong in naming it. It should have been chassis number or something, I mean different. But anyway, just play along. So user will give me registration number that this is the vehicle I want to purchase. So first thing is you'll have to check, do you have that vehicle in your warehouse? So we will check if vehicle exists. In case it doesn't exist, I'll say, okay, it is an invalid registration number. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have that vehicle. So quickly answer. What will you use for this? What is it you are going to use for this? Tell me. I want one word answer. To check if vehicle exists, what is it we will do? Quickly, equals method. Whose equals method? Because you could be still, we could be on different track. Whose vehicle? Yeah, vehicles equals method, absolutely. So at least we are on the same track. Great. And then if it is fine, if I have a vehicle, then I will check. Sorry, I will prompt for delivery address. So we'll take some basic details such as street address lines and all that, and then you have to link associate that this vehicle has to be shipped out to this delivery address, and we will display suitable message that okay, we got your address, now the vehicle will be shipped out. I mean, you will get your vehicle within whatever time. Is everyone clear with the question? Requirement is clear? My standard question. Okay, great. So now let us not solve it immediately like this. Let me give you a background about nested classes in Java. And like I promised, we will take only one variety on one day. Otherwise, it unnecessarily confuses people. So I have given you everything, but you can just open one and understand one type on a particular day. So give me just a second. Give me a second. I will just here. I'm checking whether which one. Okay, this is good. So I will just, this is 100% not clear things, but I will still explain. So start reading from top line. So forget about types. What is a nested class? Nested class is a class embedded within another class, or you will see Java allows you to embed entire inner class definition within a method. So you can embed it, you can nest it in a method. And there is one variety called as anonymous inner class, which allows you to embed the entire class definition within a single Java statement. So when I say nested classes, it's a broad topic, exam-friendly topic again. So we will spend suitable time on it, one type at a time. So a class embedded within another, either class or method or a statement. So if you ask me, broadly, there are only two categories of nested classes. One is called as non-static nested class, and the other one is statically nested class. So these are the major categories, broad categories. And below non-static nested class, you can either create it as method local inner class or anonymous inner class. So I'm suggesting for your own good, don't feel lost about all four and don't understand, I mean, not understood anything at all. So we will focus on first category today. And I'm telling you, true, honestly, till you learn Java 8 features like, functional programming and all that, all you will need is first one and the fourth one. First one is the most important. Till I show you lambda expressions and all, we will make use of anonymous inner classes. The moment you understand lambda expressions in Java, I know you know it from JavaScript, arrow functions and all that, passing the function to the higher order functions. So then we will hardly use anonymous inner classes also. So let us take you in a step-by-step manner where nobody feels lost. So focus on only one thing. Outer class is always non-static. You can't add a static keyword with the outer class. So we are discussing the inner classes, not inner classes, nested classes is the real word. Non-static nested class is called in the jargon inner class. So imagine you have, no, don't imagine. I mean, of course, I'll be writing, but till then you imagine. So outer class is going to be a normal ordinary Java class, and within that you will declare the inner class. So there are certain important rules regarding inner classes. So read this. So why nested classes? Why inner classes? It gives you tight coupling, composition, and gives you the readability. When you say vehicle, when you declare the delivery address right there, it increases the readability, understanding about the code. Okay, it gives you the tight coupling between the associated entities. Anyway, so see the rules. Why nested classes? Why inner classes? So many advantages. Inner classes can directly access even the private members of the outer class. Okay, so this is all legal, this is all possible. And why? That why is little tricky because they are implicitly given something, but I won't go to why. First, understand what all you can do. So, inner classes can directly access the outer class members, even static members as well as non-static members. Inner classes, inner is equal to non-static nested. So, inner class can have any access specifier. Here, I'm just given some rule. If you want to read the detailed rules, I'm giving you the nested classes readme. So there all the rules are mentioned. But the problem is not problem actually, but the fact is inner classes cannot contain any static members. I'm not going to talk about it just, I'm going to show you example because lot of examples are asked. This is a favorite exam topic. So you should be clear. So here, inner classes cannot contain any static members. So what are the two categories of static members? Static data members, static methods. So Java 8 onwards, it allows you to declare static final constants. But static methods are not there. And there is a why. If they had allowed you to add a static method in the inner class, you can easily call that static method by just a inner class name dot method name. And then that would defeat the purpose of this enclosing. So as a compiler rule, as a syntactical rule, you can only, inner class can only be created with the outer class instance. So if I just talk about it, this hardly helps you. So am I going to immediately write the final objective? This answer is no. First, I have to tell you with example all possible rules. The same example I'll get it revised in the lab so that you will have code in front of you and I can ask you to make the changes and we can explore more. So let us get started with the nested classes. For that, I don't want to spoil this day 9.1. I'll create a separate one and there you can add your own questions. So just a 1 minute recap. What is the topic we are looking at is the nested classes in Java. So start telling me, what are the two different categories of nested classes in Java? I'm looking at your answers. Tell me. What are the two typical categories? Let's see what you are saying. Static and non-static. Perfect. So under static, static I'll take tomorrow. Statically nested tomorrow, day after, somewhere, whenever you feel comfortable. So under non-static, which are the two subcategories? One is, okay, so one is method local, one is anonymous. So am I starting with any of it? Absolutely not. But I'll just tell you in one liner. When you say method local inner class, the entire inner class definition will be enclosed in, tell me, enclosed in what? In a method. Like how we have method local variables, entire inner class can be embedded within a method. And when I show you, what is that? Anonymous inner class, that entire anonymous inner class definition will be enclosed in what? Single Java statement. Okay. So those are the other categories. Today, I'm showing you the outer class, normal, and the inner class, which is non-static nested class. And once you get a hang of all the rules, we will apply it to vehicle having a delivery address. This is the plan. So let me close everything. And here I have created a separate project. So, you can revise that way. So nested class. And let me call it as outer, just, and let me not give any main method. We will write a tester separately. Just follow along. Just follow along as it. Just watch. I'll ask you questions, a lot of questions I'll ask. So this is a normal ordinary outer class. Answer that. Can it contain static members, non-static members, both or neither? Quickly. Both. You know that. There's nothing about the outer one. What is the legal access modifier here? Public or default. All these statements you know. So let me create Here, can I create a static data member? 100% yes. Instead of remembering those rules, just solve my one code sample and you will know all the rules. That is a guarantee. Know in the sense you will understand all the rules. So can continue. What is the best way to initialize non-static data member? Constructor. I hope you did not say static initializer block. So let us add a constructor here. See, it's a revision of earlier plus something more. Constructor. See, it is showing you I. So this is your parameterized constructor. Which is the best possible way to initialize static data members? Static initializer block. And I can say j equal to 100, something away. just showing you. Can this outer class contain static methods? Of course, yes. So it is, as my insistence, learn by example, learn with examples instead of trying to mug up the rules. So here, don't disappoint me. When I'm asking you the next question, I said, don't disappoint me there. So this show method can directly access I, J, both or neither. You're not allowed to make a mistake. Take your minute. Oh no. Oh, sorry. I made a mess. I'll repeat the question. I said a static method and I forgot a keyword static. Okay. So are you understanding? Static members, static context can only access static. That was my mistake. So of course you are right, G. So what do you say? In outers. I'm writing so many SOPs so that you won't get confused. In outers show. And here what I can access is G. Everyone knows it. If I want to access I here, what is it I'll have to do, guys? Pretty basic question. I'll have to create the instance, absolutely. So outer O equal to new outer, and I can say O dot I. But I'm not wasting time. You know that already. Can it contain a non-static method? 100% yes. So something. The whole idea is the rules, nothing else. What works, what doesn't work. And here I say SOP. Keep your answer ready. In outers test, what all I can access directly? I, J, both or neither. I already messed up in the question. Of course, I can access both. Non-static is when the object is created, and before object creation, a class has to be loaded. That is where my static context becomes available. So I and G. I hope nobody's confused so far. I've not started with any new topic yet. Are we 100% clear? Everyone is clear? No issues. Okay. So now let us add a non-static nested class within the boundary of the outer class. My outer class is not yet over. So let me add. So now for non-static nested class, which are the access modifiers? Which are the access specifiers I can use? Answer is any of it. I can make it private to hide it totally from the outside world. I can keep it as no modifier, package private, or protected, or public. You know, any of above is possible because it is considered as the member of the outer class. You got me? So now let us start with the inner class. I'm just giving it as a name so that people realize. I can call it as inner 1, 2, 3, 4, or I can say it's class A, class B. This is only for you. So now see something. I have not yet entered there. So let me ask you a question. When you compile this outer.java, how many dot class files you expect to see? Simple question. 2 is the right answer. How many? Okay, somebody said 1, wrong answer. How many dot class files are created? 1 per class. Okay, so there are 2 classes you can see. So there will be the correct answer is 2. What will be the names of it? First name is so easy, outer dot class. What will be the second name? Will it be inner dot class? Absolutely not. To show this tight coupling that inner classes cannot exist without the outer classes, it will be outer $inner. Dot is used for accessing the reference and creating it. check, don't trust, as my favorite statement. Wait a second. Huh? Just check it because ID is compiling your classes parallelly. Just open the workspace if you're writing along with me. I don't know. So go to whatever, I mean, your workspace and project. Nested class. Can you see? One is outer dot class as expected, and the other one is outer dollar inner. So just to off track, you remember you had seen enum dollar values. So that values is nothing but the inner class within that enum. So dollar, whenever you see, it is nothing but referring to your nested classes in Java. Okay, so that is one thing taken care. Now start with the rules. So here, can this in a, okay, I already said any of it. So currently I've made it default, but you can make it private. You can make it any of it. Just try. That is what is the lap time for. So now tell me, can it have the non-static data members? Of course, yes. Tomorrow I'll show you what happens when you repeat the variable name I and all that. But today you're just learning. So I'll give the various this. Absolutely possible. Can it contain non-static data members? You can have non-static data members if and only if they are final, or yeah, they are final, not or. So let me show you. Best way is, learn by example. Immediately compiler gives you error. I'll read the error aloud. It says the field L cannot be declared static in a non-static inner type unless initialized with a constant expression. So they are telling you in a simple English, declare it as constant, I'll tolerate you, otherwise I'll throw you out. So here you add, what is the keyword for adding this thing? Constant, final. So private static, final, which is the best way to initialize static data members? Static initializer block. But guys, wake up. You are in a non-static nested class, doesn't allow you static initializer block. Are you getting? See, I'm trying to give you the rules without making you read 10 lines of code, or I mean 10 pages of this. So here, if you try to do L equal to whatever, simply doesn't work. I'll read the error message. Please revise in your lab session. Cannot declare static initializer in the inner type. I'll keep it under comment. You can uncomment and check it out because it's a non-static variety. So which is the only way I can assign the values? Right at the declaration. Are we understanding this? So I'll quickly recap. Recap means not everything, otherwise can't simply go ahead. So it can have normal non-static data members. And if you want to maintain the static data members, the only thing it should have is the static final constants. And since there is no way I can have the static initializer block in an inner class, this is the only way supported. Next question, go faster, otherwise we'll never come to that vehicle example. Tell me, can I add a constructor here? 100% yes, it's an inner type. So let us generate one. Generate constructor using fields. Okay, so this is allowed. Can I add a static method? Answer is capital no, as in absolutely not. So let's say public static display. Just once you confirm, you can see, and it will tell you the same old story. The method display cannot be declared static. Static methods can only be declared. I'll just, sorry. I mean, you can't read this. Font is too small, so I'm reading it aloud. Can be only declared in the statically nested class, which I can take it tomorrow, day after, or the top level type. What they mean by top level is the outer class. But it is never possible to put it in a static, non-static nested class. So this is gone. Now the most interesting variety. Can it contain a non-static method? Tell me, yes or no. Answer is of course yes. And okay, before I type, I'll ask you the question, so you'll keep your answer ready. So my question is, from this non-static method, which of the following is accessible? Your choices are I, J, K, and L. Are you understanding? So keep your answer ready. I'm just calling it as inner display method. I'm asking you question. What all I can access directly from inner classes non-static method? You are absolutely right. Answer is all. IJKL all. Because what is the point? The point is inner classes can directly access outer classes member, be it static or non-static. And this is your own class, and a non-static method which can access your non-static member as well as static. So those who said all are absolutely correct. Okay, so here from inners, NS is for non-static. Okay, let me not be so lazy. Non-static method. And as you can see, this is all about what works, what doesn't, what is allowed, what is not allowed, that type. In short, preparing you for exams and all that. It is a exam favorite topic. And you can see 0 errors here. Of course, I mean, this is error, but that's a different reason. My mess up. So non-static, so what is it? Sorry, inner classes non-static method can directly access outer classes members as well as its own members. See, once you see it working, there is no doubt there should not be any doubt in your mind, like whether it is true or false or whatever I'm saying is correct or not. Okay. So these are all the possible combinations. Now let me shift to outer. So whatever I've said here so far, I hope is clear. If not, definitely talk to me. That is why I'm going to share all possible combinations. So spend at least 10 to 20 minutes by adding your own questions to this code or your own code, and we can always discuss. But today only focus on inner classes, which is non-static nested variety, most important out of the lot. Now, here, now the reverse questions. My questions are not yet over. So tell me, I'll take this example first. Okay. So you already told me that outer classes what? Non-static method can access IG. But I have a new question now. I'm asking, okay, I'll put it as a question. Which members it can, which inner class members, of course, it can access directly. So K or L or both or neither. So let me see what people are saying. Which one? K. So you are saying this, you are wrong. I'll tell you, like I said, don't trust, try. So okay, now K is equal to, it gives you the error. It says which K, I don't know K. So inner can access outer classes members directly. There is a because there, there's a reason there, because with every inner class, your compiler gives you automatically, implicitly outer class, outer dot this. But this statement is a little heavy to absorb, scratch it. When we meet in the lab and all, and when we get time, we will draw the memory picture. How does this whole look? And that time it will be clearer. So currently focus on the rules. Can inner class access outer classes members directly? Private member? Yes. But can outer class access it directly? Absolutely not. Inner classes static members are accessible. So for example, if I want to access L is I guess static, right? How will you do that? Inner dot L. You know how to access static member, class name dot member name. But if you want to access this, tell me quickly, what is it I'll have to do? What is it I'll have to do to access K? Yes, exactly. Outer class has to create the object or the instance of the inner class, and then I can do that. All this is going to lead you to our vehicle has a delivery. So I'm spending so much time here. So where are we? Here. So here, which inner members it can access directly? The static members, static data, because there's no static method here, static members. How? The inner class name dot member name. Are you getting this? But if you want to create the access this, the other thing, you have to create the for non-static. Now I'll not write so many comments. Time is running out. Inner in is equal to new inner and some give value. Values are not important. Rules are important. Understanding is important. And how will I access it now? Everyone knows it. In.key. And if you want to access the static member of the inner class, how do we do that? Already as I told you, inner dot L. So absorb this. There's a lot to absorb. I know that. So in the lab session, I'll anyway give you in writing the sequence of revision, because now we are of course in second week and all that. So things will go advanced and I'll give you the suggestions, guidelines. Follow that revision sequence and you'll be good. So this is your non-static method of the outer one. After 10 minutes, we will recap. So that will give you 10 minutes thinking time, settling time. Now the most interesting variety, the outer classes static method. Okay, so here, I want to do the same thing now. I'll not write comments and all. So can you tell me this outer classes show method, how to access? Here my question. From this show method, I want to access key. So I'll write only this much. Think and answer. Don't jump into the answer. There's no pressure. I mean, timing is there a pressure, but still you don't take it. How to access key? Anyone wants to tell me? I have a specific question. I said the key. I want to access the key value. Inner dot key. Okay. So, okay, let us, you first of all, inner dot key is out. You will have to create the inner class instance. It is so clear here. But guys, this is a static method of an outer class. Is it associated with any outer class instance? Yes or no? I said the static method, is it associated with any outer class instance? Absolutely not. And you know for the fact, inner classes cannot exist without the enclosing outer class instance. So what is it you'll have to do first? You will have to first create, yes, what is the first thing you'll have to do? You will have to create the outer class instance first. Don't say instance because it's vague. Outer, and within that you will create the inner one. Those who are totally lost by now, they must be wondering that why she did not say all this here. Take a look. This is your non-static method. It is associated with this inner, I'm so sorry, the outer class instance. So I did not require. So last thing, before you totally give up on nested classes. So how do you create the outer class instance? Yes, like Piyush suggested, I can do it in 2 lines. I can do it in 1 line. Since he suggested, let me do it in 2 lines. So see this, outer something equal to new outer. Okay. The values, I mean, IJKL values do not matter. Now, how do you refer to, how do you refer to the reference of inner class? Is it outer dollar inner or is it outer dot inner? Dot or dollar? Tell me. It is dot. Now it is dot. In the naming classes, I mean, in the class names, it is dollar. So what it will be? Outer dot. See, automatically there is an IntelliSense inner. Let's say in equal to. Now I have already got this outer. I have a reference variable of outer dot new inner. See, syntax can look little funny. Funny in the sense weird or complex, but the concept is not. So check this. What is it we have created here, guys? We have created the outer class instance. And within that outer class instance, within that this, I can create the inner class instance. This is what I was talking about. Tight, what is a strong relationship, strong coupling or stronger form of association in form of composition. Are you able to connect the topics? Yes, exactly, Samir. That is also very much possible. I'll take that example in next this. So please go through all of this And when you settle on this, we will definitely, I'll bring in the other varieties as well. So now I'm asking you another question. This is all fine, but there is no main method. I can write main method in the inner. I can write it in the inner. I'm just thinking, yeah, you can technically, but typically we write it in a separate tester class. So let me see this, and that will be another syntax. So let us create a in the same package I'm creating tester, or I'll say it as test nested test inner class. Okay, and now I'll tell you the objective. So you will give me the code for that. I'll tell you the objective in a minute. Okay, so I want you to call invoke this inner display, and as you can see, check this. I can access all the members from this inner display. So invoke inner display to display all 4 data members. So like I showed you, okay, anyway, let me hear your version. Are you understanding the question? You might have forgotten. What is inner display? It is a non-static method of the inner class. Okay, so what is it I have to create? What is the first thing I have to create? Can I directly create the inner class instance? Not possible. I have to create the outers instance, and within that I'll have to create the inner class. So one example I showed you using 2 lines. Which 2 lines, guys? Here. Now let me show you in 1 line. That is, I think Samir or somebody had already given me that answer. So how do I say this? See this, outer, you know that, dot inner, correct? And suppose I say in or whatever, what will be on the right hand side? Which is the first object I'll have to create? Outer ka instance. So new outer something dot new. You have to create the inner class instance, new inner, and it has got its own KL or something. Okay. So here, this is how you refer to it. And it is possible because the third party code can still, at least within the enclosing instance, it can do it, because observe, what is the access specifier of the inner class? Tell me. These are the 4 choices. It is default, and I'm sitting in the same package. Okay, but observe, if I tag it as, if I mark it as private, everyone knows what is private within the same class. Immediately you'll get a compiler error. So can you see the hiding part, the enclosing part, tight encapsulation part can also go to your maximum privacy. And I hope you understand this. It will say the type outer dot inner is simply not visible because it is private. So this was just to show you it is possible. I don't want to currently mark it as private, just as a rule I wanted to discuss. So because I want to show you this syntax also, and then it is nothing but in dot inner display. This you can run this and it will print all the values correctly. Output is not important. What works, what is legal, what is not legal is the one which is required. So later you can match, you can give your own values and test this out. So this is about all possible things regarding non-static nested class in Java. So 1 minute quiz as in 1 minute recap. Start answering. I'll first tell you there are major 2 categories: statically nested classes. So when I show you static nested classes, you know what will happen? All I will do is I will add a static keyword here. Okay, and that will become a statically nested class, and we'll discuss those rules separately. Today we are not there. So coming back, what we are discussing is the inner class. Inner is equal to non-static nested class. So start. Can outer class directly access, direct means without instantiation, inner class members? It's a yes or no. Answer is no. Tomorrow morning also, when you have slept or all these things, I will put this as famous questions. Can inner class access outer classes, static as well as non-static members, very much yes. Can your inner class contain static members? Yes or no? Okay, I mean deeper. Yeah, exactly. So which type of static data members it allows? Static constants, final. Can you add a static method in that? Absolutely not. Because if they allow you to add the static method, anyone can directly access inner dot or outer dot inner dot this, I mean method name, and then you lose that control that inner classes have to be enclosed in the outer enclosing instance. So that's not allowed. So it is not it's a syntactical error. Next one. What else I wanted to ask? Yeah. If you have a outer class non-static method, can you directly create the inner class instance? Answer is yes. But if you have a static method in the outer class, are static methods associated with any instances? No. So first you will have to create the outer class instance and then only access the inner one. Okay. So please revise, at least give 10-15 minutes to one variety. If you think I have not covered this particular combination, please go ahead and add that. And anytime you ask me something in the code, I'll be more than happy to answer. Because then, I understand you perfectly. I understand your question perfectly. So that is more than sufficient time spent on it. So now let us apply it. Nobody's going to ask you, I mean, practically people will ask you. So let us come back to our day 9.1. And here I want to say, see what I'm saying here. So here, let us add a composition, which is composition, stronger form of association. And it is the moment I say in the middle of net association, it is has a relationship. Okay, but where child cannot survive without a parent. So which is the example? What is the example we are considering here is vehicle has a delivery address. Okay, so there are two ways about it. One is aggregation, one is composition. So if I create delivery address class as a separate class, what it will be? Aggregation or composition? Aggregation, because anyone can go ahead and simply create the object of delivery address. Is everyone with me? Is everyone understanding? But I want to show you today, for showing you composition, just a tighter or strong relationship. So what is the only way I can do this? Yes, please. The only way I can do this by nesting it, by creating it as a inner class. I'm not saying only way, there are other ways also, but the easiest way people find it as nested classes. So here we are going to add, of course it will give me a compiler error, but we'll fix it in a minute. So I will create a class delivery address, right? Shipping address, where I want to ship out, I want to deliver my vehicles, right? So naturally there is no such class. And as everyone agreed, I hope, we are going to nest it within the outer class. So this part is hopefully clear to everyone. So now this was all about your outer classes. Now let us create your non-static nested class, more AKS as known as. So this thing, what is it called? Inner class. So it can have any what access specifier. So for the sake of showing you, because till now we have been saying that you can declare only one public class in a source file, because the file name and all that. But this inner classes can be public. It is like a data member of the outer class. So public class delivery address. But the moment you do this, even though if it is public, this public access specifier means any package within the same package or outside can instantiate delivery address, but within the enclosing vehicle. They cannot access it directly. So don't worry, you are not losing that tight association or strong coupling. Okay. So the same question now. How many dot class files will be generated? 2 is the answer. One is vehicle dot class and the other one is vehicle dollar delivery address dot class. So now let me not waste time looking at time. So private, I'll just take something string. This is the, I have a warehouse and from there the vehicles are shipped to the dealer. So whoever is the, showroom dealer and all that, or directly a customer is buying it. I don't really care. So I'll maintain city, state, the zip code. Suppose we are delivering within India, we're not taking the country code and all that, postal zip code, and maybe a contact detail. Okay, let's keep it simple. So I'm taking the buyer's city, state, and a zip code. Or okay, this looks incomplete. So maybe a contact number also. You can make it as detailed as you want in your projects and all. In the e-commerce kind of typical one, when user is adding the, user adds the products in the cart, and when you check out, you ask him for the delivery address and all those things. So that is where you can detail it out. So coming back, let's add a constructor. Now rules and all you know already. So this I can add. There's no static member I'm adding because right now I don't require a static member. Can I add a toString here? Answer is very much yes. So I'm saying not wasting time over the things which you already know. So generated a constructor, generated a toString. Okay. So am I just thinking, yeah. So this is fine. This is good. So now take a look at it. I'm asking you slowly a question. So hear my question. Don't be in a hurry to answer. This is our tester. Suppose I give the user chooses the option 1. Option 1 is in front of you. We just did that earlier. So after user, what do you say, adds the new vehicle details, suppose non-duplicate, all valid and all that. I'll repeat it slowly. I said, suppose user is giving you all valid details. So the question being asked is, naturally vehicle object will be created elsewhere in the heap. Its reference will be stored in the vehicle array. I hope everyone is clear. That's not my question. I'm asking you, what will be the value of the address then? Did you hear my question? I'll repeat my question if you want. Yes, I already got the answer. No. Vipin, not another, null. What is the default value of a reference type of a variable? It is null. Okay? Because it's a reference type of variable. So there's nothing complicated. So that is where my problem statement comes in. So what is that problem statement we have? We started, I discussed it already. Now user wants to purchase, user, wholesaler, whatever. Anyone wants to purchase a vehicle. Currently, I'm saying only one vehicle. Later, you can modify multiple vehicles. Give me all the vehicles. Give me all the trucks or whatever. That's an interesting assignment for you. Coming back, how many vehicles are we purchasing? One at a time today. So registration number, suppose it is validated. I want to ask, I want to prompt the delivery address and associate delivery address to the vehicle. So here, this is where, if I talk in my memory picture, this is where the address will be assigned. Will it be still null or will it become not null? Now it will become not null when user steps in and purchases a vehicle. And what will this address point to? Will it hold? Let me ask you. Will this address slot hold the details about city, state, zip code, and phone number? Of course not. It will just point. It will just refer to your object, delivery address object, just a reference, very right. And the delivery address object will be stored separately on the heap. I hope I've given you enough practice so that you can think in memory pictures without actually drawing them. If you want to draw, lab session. So this is what it is. But now I have to link the two of them. Okay. So see, it has to be all tightly encapsulated. So I want to associate the vehicle details with a address. So let us add a method. I can do it in different manner because see this, it is a public class. But that was just to show you that it works. Typically, it could be a private. It could be default. It may not be visible to the outside world. So here, I'm asking you, this is my, yeah. So here, I'm giving you in comment, you just translate it into code. Add a method in the outer class. Why I'm saying outer class and why I'm not saying in the inner class? Because this is the method which is going to create object of delivery address and link it to the vehicle. Okay, so add a method in the outer class to associate. It is association, to associate, or simple English, to link delivery address to the vehicle. So this is where the link will be established. Currently, there is no link. There is no delivery object. I'm sorry, delivery address object. So here, so I've already given you the command. So tell me, should it be a static method or should it be a non-static method? S or NS? This particular method. Let me see what people are saying. S or NS? I did not see the answer. I mean, Zoom is still responding. Non-static method, those who are saying, is correct. Because are you saying, guys, that all vehicles will have the same delivery address? Of course not. So you need a vehicle specific method. This bunch of vehicles, this batch of vehicles can be sent to Pune, or this goes to Delhi or MP or whatever, I mean, right? So of course it has to be a non-static method. It's a public because my tester is going to call it non-static. So I can return a void. In case something goes wrong, I can always throw the exception, public void, and let us say link. It is nothing but a setter. But why I don't write it as a setter? When you say setter, you have to pass the delivery address object. And tomorrow, if I make this private, you won't be getting the chance to access it. So I'm giving a different name, link delivery address. Anyone wants to tell me? One by one question, I'm forcing you to think. What are the inputs? Okay, sorry, scratch the question. Who is going to call this method? Start with that. Who is going to be the invoker of this method? Yes, somebody said I can create it in the static one, but you forgot those who somebody said. Wait a second. Tester is right answer. I just saw one of the students comment. He said that I can do it in the static by creating the outer car object. You are totally right, but you have forgotten the fact the vehicle has been already added in the warehouse. I just want to add the delivery address. So if I create a new vehicle, it doesn't make sense. I have an existing vehicle which I want to sell out, which I want to ship out. I hope you understood, whoever had responded. So coming back, yes, so tester is going to call it. Next one, can you tell me what should be the arguments of this method? Anything you tell me, we can always debate, we can always argue. Tell me, what are the method arguments you expect? Tell me something. Exactly, the address details, not okay. Address object, somebody said, but you missed my statement. The moment I hide this class, it is impossible for a third party code to create the address ka object. So better answer would be these details. You know, tester doesn't know. Tester just hands out and you manage it. So I'll just take this to reduce our time. Now I'm taking from user. Balram, please mute yourself. Here, I'm taking all the details from user after validating and all that. And here, one liner. I just need one liner. Can anyone give me line number 61? So I have given you the separate delivery address details. You just give me one liner, type out, at least in short form. Yeah, I don't want in English, Ashish. I want it in Java if you can. Pallav, you have a problem. If you say delivery address ADR equal to new delivery address, what will be the value of your address here? Still null. It will be all method local. And I have seen so many students making that mistake. We don't want that. So as usual, wait a second, where am I? Yeah. So let me write the right hand side only. So what is that right hand side? New delivery address. And all this is fine because I stuck to this. But do you really want to create a new address, or you want to assign to that vehicle's address, the vehicle address? So sometimes, writing this gives you a different level of clarity. So you are assigning the address to the current invoker vehicle reference. If anyone is lost, that sometimes she uses this and sometimes not, this is not compulsory. I just wrote it for the clarity. So are we creating a new vehicle here? No. Are we creating a new delivery address here? Yes. And assigning it with and tightly coupling it or assigning it or linking it with the vehicle. See, sounds complex, but when you think in the code, it is much simpler, lot simpler. So now let me hurry up. Otherwise, we'll never finish anything at all. So please go through all these things. Today's again, all these days, now little bit advanced, you are going to find it, little complex and all, because we have to take you to a different level. We can't be just happy in basics. So this is it. Now let us take to this. What I'll do is I'll make another copy. So you can, you can learn systematically. So first you can look at test 2 and then you can look at test 3, whatever you like. So here I'm writing adding an option in the tester. After writing tester, things will be hopefully clearer. So let us say 4 is that, okay, I'll make it as 10. And 3 is, what is it? Assign. Shipping address. Delivery address, shipping address, it's the same. Assign the delivery address to the vehicle. Or okay, forget that. So let's say purchase. Purchase a vehicle. And let me make this as 10. I have explained each and everything. So I do expect the proper understanding. So sorry, not understanding, proper prompts. So right here, start telling me what is the first input you will be taking from user. You have to ask user which vehicle you want to purchase. So which is the unique ID, which is the primary key for the vehicle? Answer me that. It's a registration number. So take that. So SOP, enter registration number. Okay, to purchase. It's not really too much realistic because who gives the registration number or who gives the chassis number and all. So the idea is to make you clearer with equals and all that. So anyway, so enter registration number to purchase. User gives you something. I'm reading it off. Now tell me, how do I find out? So I'll write in comment, you tell me. Check if it exists. How? Exactly, equals method. But instead of writing too much code in the tester, because tomorrow my equality testing criteria can change from registration number to registration number and color and what is that? Manufacture date. So I don't want to mess up the tester. Instead, let us put it in a separate method and add it in a separate class. So here, all I'm going to call is a new method. We are writing it together so that you will have, today was more hands-on rather than concepts. I hardly covered any concepts, but I hope you got a hands-on thing here. So check if it exists. Check if exists something, and where are we going to write this method? There's no such method. We are going to write it in the minute. Where will be this method? Nicely separated in the validation rules or that utils class. And I don't want to create an object of it. So of course it will be static. So anyone wants to tell me, what are the, I'm giving you the answer looking at time. What are the two things you need to pass? It's almost similar. Yeah. So what are the two things? Let's see whether people are saying absolutely correct. Registration number and this. So here I'll be passing registration number. This can be any variable name and the vehicle array, which is vehicle ARR. So you will see we have already a similar method there. See this method. Here, there is a method, but you know, it is returning me a validated registration number. So even though I'm going to write in similar manner, I need another method. I can make it into one, but I feel it could be a little confusing to beginners. So forget about what I said. We will write it from scratch. So now your job is participate. I need full participation. So I want you to write, I want you to help me to write this method. Okay, so let us take you here. So add a static method. Check if vehicle exists by specified registration number. And this is the clue, sorry, I have. So that you know you can answer public because it is called from the tester outside the package, static because I don't want any, what is it? I don't want any instantiation of the class. Anyone wants to tell me what is a suitable return type? See, don't think in Java if you don't want. You tell me if the vehicle exists, what should I return? Let's see what people are saying. A Boolean people are saying true or false. I'm saying if I return true or false, I will just know that a vehicle exists. But I don't want just true or false. What I want is, see this. No. All your answers so far are wrong. So please take a small break. Here, what is it I want further? Listen to this. You should always do this reverse engineering. What is it you ultimately want? Ultimately, I want to assign the deliver address. So I need the vehicle reference. See, I will need a vehicle reference and on that I will call assign address or whatever that method we wrote. Are you understanding? If you just return me, give me a method Boolean returning, I will just know that okay, vehicle exists in my warehouse, but which vehicle is still unknown. So this should tell you. So now anyone wants to correct. Yeah. So I can either, Samir said index, but I'm saying be better. Directly return the vehicle reference if one exists or throw the exception. Everywhere there is going to be custom exceptions and exception handling. So it will be an interesting exercise to write. So here, forget your true or false. I mean, Boolean. Let's be better. Vehicle. Check if, what is that method? Exists. Right? Everything is passed by value. So when I say string registration number, the copy of that string type of reference is done and sent. And what was that other? Vehicle array. So the vehicle array, anything. Okay. Please don't think that because I have used here vehicles, it has to be vehicles. It's a method local. Now you take me further. This is a repeat run of morning exercise. So what is it? Okay. What will it be it based on? It will be based upon equals method. But whose equals method you want to call? This is a revision of what I said in the morning. String or vehicle? Vehicle. But we are again into the same problem. If you pass the string registration number to the vehicles equals method, what it will consistently return? Answer is false because instance of checking will fail all the time, saying string is not the instance of vehicle. So guys, what is the first thing I'll have to do? Yes, first I'll have to create, I'll write in this, create a vehicle instance, just wrapping the primary key. This is all repeat run. So I hope this time things are clearer. So which constructor I should use? Single argument constructor or multiple argument constructor? Of course, single argument. I said just primary key, just the unique ID. It is repeat run. Vehicle. I thought of, modifying the earlier one. Then I thought maybe it will be too confusing. New. At least understand that. Understand this? I mean, new vehicle, the one with a registration number. Tell me the next thing. You know the next thing. It's just a kind of copy paste. So how will I iterate over all the vehicles? For each. So for each, I'll call it as vehicle to be tested, test vehicle, something. Okay. So now for each vehicle, V in, what is that array reference names? Vehicles. Null checking is required. You know what? You know why. Some slots could be null. That's why. If V is not equal to null and the whole code will blow up, throwing you which exception if you don't do this check, which will be the exception you will get? NP, null pointer exception. So now I'll say, I'll check, I'll write something and you answer the next question, please. If V dot equals test vehicle, tell me what should be the next line, because that will give me the satisfaction that you are understanding. Otherwise, again, disappointment. So what should I do in the next line? Oh no, somebody's saying throw the exception. So here, okay, I think maybe it was earlier one. Return the vehicle. You have found the match. So then don't keep iterating over the entire one, having that ON factor, time complexity and all. You got your match, be happy, take that vehicle and return. So let me ask you, see, I can have 20 questions. I can spend the whole day on this. It is that important. So should I return right or wrong? Okay, it is wrong. Tell me what is wrong about it. If I say return test vehicle, what is wrong about it? All these you are going to require. Return V is correct. I know that. But if you return test vehicle, like Prachi said, all it is holding is what? Is it holding the full information or only registration number? Only registration number. Like I said, I've seen so many students in the lab making all these mistakes. So I'm just trying to safeguard. This V has the reference taken out from the array containing the full details. So this is the correct one. But if you come below, what does it mean? There is no vehicle with a specified registration number. So what should I do here? Answer. Now you will say throw new, our custom exception, vehicle handling exception, invalid, whatever, invalid registration number, vehicle, or you can simply say vehicle not found, whatever. Whatever error messages you want, you can supply. Are we completely clear with this second revision? Is everyone 100% clear? I purposefully wrote it as two separate methods. And since it is unhandled exception, simply add that. You will definitely enjoy doing the revision. If some parts, 50% is clear, 50 is not clear, get that 50% clarity in the lab. So that is done. Now I just have to call it. So see, I have what do you say, encapsulated entire logic. So my tester becomes really clean and really easy to write. So let's continue with that. S3. Okay. Oh, sorry. We are here. I'm so sorry. I thought I have to write the case. I have already reached here. So as you can see, this method is fine. Just assign it to the vehicle reference, found vehicle or something. Control 1. I'm all about shortcuts. Interesting code you should write. Simple things that assigning a LHS and all can be generated. So there is a third one. Assign statement to a new local variable. And I'll say existing vehicle. See, I am not giving always V1, V2, V3, trying to give the meaningful names. So it is a existing vehicle. And here, now you will ask, what you will prompt user, enter the delivery address. Okay. So I feel now things are easier. If not, stop me and ask. And here, maybe in the lab looks like. So what are the details I'm taking is all this. If you are thinking why she's taking phone number as a string, if you know about regex, regular expression, validating phone number with some string class API methods or regular expressions becomes easy. So I'm not storing it as long or something. So here and this. User enters it, and does my tester class have to create outer dot inner and go into the complications? Answer is no. So can anyone dictate the last line of the code for this code? I have already got this existing vehicle. Otherwise, I would have been thrown out by the exception dot, which is the message. Which is the method I meant, link delivery address, and you just pass in the details and let everything be hidden from the tester again. So sc.next. Here I'm not giving any validation rules. If you want, you can definitely add all our strings. Till the time I complete, think about it. It is definitely going to take you some time to, digest or to be comfortable with all of this. Do that. And then I will say simply give a message, linked this or purchasing complete or something. Of course, we will be verifying the UID, Aadhaar card ID and all that. You can add more and more validation rules as we progress. So purchasing complete. So there is a small tiny part which is remaining. I'll ask you a question and then you can. So, okay, let me do it this way. So which is the vehicle you have purchased? Purchasing complete for, and I'll simply say existing vehicle. It will be very, very interesting to draw the memory picture. So definitely try it out. And of course, we will discuss it in the lab. So this is done. Now answer my question. When I say plus existing vehicle, which classes, which method it will call? Vehicle classes toString. So the control will come here, vehicle classes toString. And is it going to reflect the delivery address of the vehicle? Answer is no. It's not going to reflect because I have not added it. Okay. So you can have in one line, two line. Here I can simply say plus, and I can say delivery address. Okay. And here what I can say plus, you remember in the inner class, we have already overridden the toString. Okay. So here, and I have already maintained the variable address, which is going to get initialized with when the user has purchased the vehicle. So I can simply say address. But now, if the user has not yet purchased the vehicle, what is the value it is going to show you? Null, ugly looking null. So a small homework, 1 minute, 2 minutes in the lab work. When I say homework, I mean lab work. You do the checking. What you will check is the delivery address assigned or not assigned. What you will check, null or not null, ternary you can have, or if else, whatever. And then you can use your string builder, and that can say address is not yet assigned because the vehicle is not yet sold, address not assigned, or you can show me the actual address details. That will be your job. So I think we are done here. I'll give you in writing what I expect from you. Existing vehicle is purchased. Okay. So I'm not really removing it from the array and all that. Anyway, we are entering collection framework tomorrow because looking at time. So naturally, so that time we can do it in a very efficient manner. Insertions, deletions, all dynamics, all dynamic things. So let us test this much and move on to, we hardly covered any topics today, but that's okay. I mean, as long as you have got some feel, and everyone should be confident in solving the assignment and all that, that is good enough. So suppose I give some capacity, add a vehicle. Only painful thing is here, adding some data. Let me now give all the correct ones. 90, I don't remember exactly. Okay. I think this was before something. This will work. And a car? No, I don't have a car here. I'm just looking for the categories which I have. Okay, I have a sports car. Let's go for a bike. Okay, that's it. So vehicle is added. If you say 2, this is this ugly looking null, which you will rectify, and I'll say deliver. I want the output as delivery address not yet assigned because the vehicle is not yet sold. That kinds. You will. It's a simple check in the toString. Let me add something more. Add another vehicle. This part now we had checked it, so I'll not waste your time. Another vehicle, maybe a different price, maybe another bike, created later. You can do any, you know the rest of it. So this is my data in the warehouse, only 2 references, only 2 bikes added. And now I'm saying purchase a vehicle. So first let us give something which doesn't exist. So we have written the whole code together. So from tester, it will call check if exists. It will go over the loop by calling vehicle classes equals, which is based on registration number. So first time you will see in equals. So what is going to get tested here? Whatever I had typed is going to be compared, tested against this. You know, it is a mismatch. But JVM does, I mean, sorry, our code doesn't give up. It will check in the second one. Both of them will fail. So in that case, will you be able to purchase such a weird this thing vehicle? Of course not. You get an exception. I hope you are understanding it. Invalid registration number, vehicle not found. Let us wrap it up by actually giving the correct one. So suppose I pick up this one. Okay. So tell me, are you going to, will it prompt me for the delivery address or not? Yes or no? That was the easy one. The other one is also easy. Next question. How many times you expect to see in equals 0, 1, 2, 3 or none of above? How many times you expect to see in equals? Of course, 2. First time it calls it on. It's a sequential searching. Here doesn't find it. Second time calls it, finds it and gets you the answer. So this kind of thinking I want everyone doing it, not just couple of you, everyone. And now it is asking me something. So more details. So let's say Pune, Maharashtra, zip code, and a phone number. I'm not having any validations, so I can give any data here. Later, when I take you to web programming, we will have a proper form. We will have a proper drop-down list and all. So user can't give me a wrong input or wrong information. So forget that point. So here I have given these details. You can see it is the same vehicle, but earlier the address was null. So tell me, have we successfully associated the delivery address details to the vehicle? Answer is very much yes. So are you at least 10% clear about what happened or how we did that? So we covered something like association, composition, nested classes, and build the whole example. So definitely worth revising. Okay, 40% Sushti is very good, I would say. Yeah. So anything above than 10, my threshold is 10%. Anything above that is happy situation. Anyway, we will 100%, will take you to 100% clarity, provided you visit the labs properly and discuss with your own individual lab faculties wherever there is a lesser understanding. Okay, so this is all about your one of the what nested classes types, non-static nested class and its use case. I know we have less time, but still all these are still prerequisites of collection framework. So tomorrow we are entering day 10. Actually, it is little what do you say, late. I'm comparing it to the earlier batches. That is how I say late or early and all that, but doesn't matter. So tomorrow, come what may, we are starting with collection framework. And I'm just taking one extra minute before I actually start with generics. So collection framework gives you ready-made implementation of DSA, data structure algorithms. So in this core Java course, you are going to use ready-made implementations of searching, sorting, list implementations, set and map. But still, I mean, this is not a DSA course for you. But still, I like to give some internals. But here, will you be creating your own custom linked list or queues or maps? Answer is no. For that, you have a separate course, data structures. Okay. So there, the practical, this is all about practical. This is what I will say that, okay, I've got a, what is it? I've got a vehicle information. I've got a student's information. These are the requirements from the end user. So pick up the suitable data structure available and put it in that and solve it. So this kind of handling I'm showing you here, and your data structure faculty, your data structure DSA algorithm faculty will tell you the how to create your own custom implementations. Okay, so this is more practical oriented, and internals about data structure. See, I still give, I mean, I can't really do without internals, but those will be the internals about ready-made implementations. Okay, so that we will be doing it. But anyway, that will happen tomorrow onwards. So here, yeah, it is going to get complex. I am telling you. So because you know, if we just stick to our basic things, then you don't you then how will I take you to projects? In projects, you'll be applying using all of this and much more. So every day the complexity level will increase, definitely. Now, when you look at collection framework, you will see everywhere it uses something called as generic syntax. So if you don't know the what is generics and you don't have a single clue about generics, then you can't really, I mean, then you can't survive. So first we are covering today introduction to generics. For example, when I say introduction, what I mean is why generics, why you are learning generics at all, or why that generic syntax is so powerful or so required. And then you will see so many examples of generics. Collection framework and functional programming are the two key areas where they use it most. So let me see. I'm just trying to open the today's help. Okay, so here, I was hoping that we at least I'll be able to give you the overview of it. Doesn't seem possible. Doesn't matter. That's my problem. So here, read this. I'll start explaining line by line. Okay. So let me start explaining. We are starting with today looking at time impossible to cover more, but at least why generics part, even if it is clear, that is good enough. So this syntax is available from JDK 1.5, Java EC5. What generics represents is nothing but the parameterized types. But when I say that, you don't understand a word. So here, example makes it easier. So the first data structure typically I take because it is easiest for anyone, beginner as well as lateral, is the array list. It is nothing but a list implementation in form of a growable array. So all those things tomorrow. So can you see something? Everyone can see that it is a class. The name of the class is array list, and these angle brackets are nothing but representing, in C++ we call it as templates, and in Java we call it as generic. So this is what is called as the parameterized types. Still you will be lost. So I'll tell you. Is there really a class in Java by the name E? Yes or no? Is there really a class in Java? Of course not. There is nothing like E's and T's and K's and V's and all that. Okay. So it is just a placeholder. Are you getting me? E just indicates, E is for element. E stands for element. K stands for key. V stands for value, etc. So it is just an element. So when you actually replace, suppose I want to store my employee details in the array list. So tell me, what will be E replaced by then? Simple question, simple answer. Employee. If I say I want to hold the employees joining dates, in the array list, what will be E replaced by? I just want to maintain this. Of course, a date. If I want to say I want to maintain the salary, so it will be double. But the catch is generic syntax, exactly. Generic syntax doesn't allow you to have the primitive types. What it supports is only the reference type. So that is where we covered wrappers first. See, we arrange the topic so that you won't have any like dependencies which are not covered. Of course, wrapper type, and that will be array list of uppercase double. Okay, so this is what I mean by parameterized types. Read the next one. Okay, so where all this generic syntax can appear, is it only for classes? Absolutely not. You will see tons of, literally tons of generic classes, so many interfaces. One of the generic interface you have already seen. You remember comparable. Comparable is a good example of a generic interface. And you will see it is heart of sorting in Java, natural ordering. You have generic methods, you have generic constructors and so much. In earlier world means ancient world, literally, till JDK 1.4, what is it we had to do is, we were achieving all of this, parameterized types and all, using object type of reference. So tell me, in Java, can you refer any type, any data type using object type of reference? It's a Boolean question. You know it is yes. So earlier it was possible, but today I will show you the disadvantages of non-generics or pre-generic syntax. And you will definitely say that, okay, learning generics is cool. I mean, it's very useful. So this is only for C++ programmers, because there's something called as code bloating issues with your templates in C++. No such thing will be here. And if you have a collection within a collection, nested collection, for example, I want to store the, let's say I'm phrasing the all student details for CDAC ads. So which is running EDAC course, which is running, what is it called? Your EDMC course or whatever, DTS and all that, right? So I can have the outer type of collection as courses, and within the individual course, I can have EDAC students for EDAC course, or, DTS students and likewise. So for the nested collections, the syntax is different between C++ and Java. So this is the just for C++ programmers, to tell you what is the difference between templates versus generics. But now I'm not making any this, so I'm telling you why generics. One word answer or whatever, one line answer. For educating the compiler, for informing the compiler about actual runtime information. So how do you say formally? Adding the type safety to the code. Type safety checks are performed at the runtime, but you can perform, I mean, you don't have to use any instance of checking. You will not require any downcasting. You will make compiler smarter. You will give information to the compiler. So compiler itself will detect all this errors, and downcasting or class cast exceptions are all gone or will be all removed. So when I say adds the type safety, this is what I mean. What I mean by that is the type mismatch errors. If you are trying to cast a student to a faculty, or today's example, in that equals method, string to a vehicle. So you will say where I got a class cast exception, but I will say you had to do two things. Which two things you had to do? Instance of checking followed by downcasting. Okay, so that kind also will be gone. Not in equals, but in other cases. So in short, the type mismatch errors, class cast exceptions are going to be detected. Those errors, incompatibilities, your compiler will detect. And as a result of this, you will see that you don't require any explicit typecasting. But as usual, if I just talk about it, nobody, I mean, some of you who know it, of course, will know, but majority, beginners, freshers, won't understand. So in the remaining time, I'll just use to show you why generics. Okay. And this is how I typically start. This is how I typically start the generics. And then I'll take you in the deeper, deeper sense in generics and all. So whole idea is to just create a non-generic class first, raw class first. It is called as pre-generic and all that. And look at the disadvantages. And tomorrow we can, we can convert it into generic code. So this is a typical example, a beginner example. And you are going to help me. So here we are going to write in a minute a holder. You can call it as a holder, container, box, anything, just a wrapper, but it should be able to hold any data type. So when I say any, I mean any primitive type also, any reference type also. So this is my problem statement. I don't want to mess up your day 9.2 because tomorrow when you learn more, I can take you deeper more. Oh, sorry. Day 9.1 I don't want to touch because it is all vehicle, small case study of vehicle. So let it be separate. Here I'm creating a new package, new class here. Sorry. Yeah, I'll create a new class. And here I'll give the package name as non-generic. And here, let me call it as per my statement, a holder. So answer this quickly. Is this an example of a generic class or a non-generic class? G or NG? Simple question, simple this. Of course, non-generic, not because the package name is. Where is that parameterized type? Where is that angle bracket? It is missing. So now this is the problem statement. It is again has a relationship. So I'm saying write something where this holder has any data type. So anyone wants to tell me what should be the type of the data member? Anyone wants to tell me? I think I've given you sufficient clues. Of course, object type of a reference. It is the object type of a reference which can refer to primitive type also, thanks to autoboxing and all that, as well as strings or customer or what is it, vehicle or delivery address or anything, right? So private. Again, drawing the memory picture for this code will be also very interesting. So do spend some time today in doing all that. And then I'm just generating all that basic stuff, generating a constructor. I won't require setter, but I'll definitely require a getter to tell you things. Okay. So this is your simple. This is a typical example, beginner level typical example I take. Okay. So holder has a object type of reference. Are we clear so far? Don't worry about where it is going. That's my worry. That's my headache. You just tell me whether whatever code I have written, is it clear or not clear? Tell me, answer that. Okay. And I will definitely check your clarity in the lab by making you write we will write a tester and you will show me the memory picture. Then I'll be convinced that you are there. So now let us write a tester here. So test me or just a test, whatever. And here, create a folder class instance that can hold a double value, a double. Okay. So this is your problem statement. Create a holder class object. That holder has a object type of reference. So I will write the left hand side. Say let's say double holder. Okay, forget that. H1. Simple. Anyone wants to dictate the RHS, please. It should be holding a double value that can hold a double value. Okay, so anyone wants to dictate the right hand side? Try at the most wrong answer. Already I got the answer. Very right. So here I can say new double is wrong. New double, that is wrong. You are not creating a wrapper class instance. You are creating a holder class instance. So if I say new holder, 10.45 something anyway. So tell me why there is no compiler error. I have covered it in a long this wrapper classes. Clue is the wrapper classes. So tell me, which is the type here? This type is uppercase double or lowercase double? Double. So you have to take me from double. And what does it require? It requires the object. So can anyone bridge the gap? So what is the first implicit conversion it will do? You know all this. So it will convert it to double, which is the name of the conversion, auto boxing. And then double is a number, is an object. So that is your upcasting. Pretty clear? Next one. So what is happening here is this itself is a int. And so the problem statement goes wrong. Int gets what? Auto boxed into integer, and integer is an object, so that will also work. But that is not the question. The question is I wanted to have the double value. So either you can say 10.0 or actual double value. I hope people are clear. Now, so this is the first line. Now I want to get the value. So suppose I say double val equal to h1 dot, sorry, get ref. After I add a semicolon, I get a compiler error. Tell me why. I think we have spent sufficient time on all this. Yes, Pratiksha, you are right for earlier one. Now give me the next answer. Why there is a compiler error? So I'll help you. Okay, are people giving me the answer? Yeah, that is a solution weapon you are giving me. I'm saying why there is a problem. So understand everyone. So wait a second. Yeah. Can anyone tell me what is the compile time? um, what is it? RHS type. Just check it here. It is an object. Are you seeing this? Get ref. It doesn't have any specific type. It is all vague. Vague it is a superclass reference object. And can you tell me, can you climb down or can you convert object to double? Answer is not implicitly. So just take a cursor here and it will tell you type mismatch, as easy as that. Cannot convert from object to double. Are you getting me? You know that auto boxing, auto unboxing, upcasting, widening are all automatic conversions, implicit conversions. But here, like Vipin told me already, it is a you require a downcasting. You need to come down to the hierarchy from the hierarchy. So if I say, for example, what is the typecast I should do? I can go for double directly or I can go for wrapper double. So if I go for wrapper double, I do this because then I get a chance to confirm your clarity. So tell me, which is the conversion P? P as in programmer is doing. Which is the explicit conversion you are doing? So don't give wrong answers. Don't use wrong words. Downcasting. So from where to where you are doing the downcasting? From object to double. Are you with me? And which is the implicit conversion your compiler is doing? From wrapper double to primitive double. So Java C is doing, what is it called? Auto unboxing. I hope you had time over the weekend to at least go through such things. Are we 100% clear here? So one is done by you explicitly. So here, what is it? What is the point? I'll just wrap up because I don't want to waste your lunch break. So the point is when you are using non-generic syntax without any parameterized types, you have to do the explicit downcasting. It is, downcasting is never implicit, never automatic. Compiler doesn't understand you then. You have to explicitly tell. So now give me another one. Let me take a different type that can hold a string value. Okay. So first was a holder or a wrapper holding a double data. Now I want to hold the string data. String is what? A character sequence. So I'll write the left hand side. You please dictate RHS new. Yes, please. Holder. And if I give directly here some string, something, why there is no compiler error? You can see There's no compiler error. So which is the automatic conversion it is doing? Yes, you are right, Prachi. So which is the automatic conversion, implicit conversion our compiler is doing for us? Pick up the correct option. Is it widening? Is it upcasting? Is it sorry, is it auto boxing or auto unboxing? Of course, it is upcasting. I didn't check your answer, frankly. Why upcasting? You are going from string to object. You are climbing up the hierarchy, and you everyone knows we spent so much time in the last week. String is a object, so compiles fine. You got that? And then if I say string s equal to the same question, get ref, compiler doesn't like you because even though string is an object, object is not a string. So what is the solution? It will tell you incompatible, cannot convert from, not incompatible, sorry, cannot convert from object to string. So here you will have to give the explicit typecast and then you can satisfy. So the point I'm trying to make is without learning, without using generic syntax, the first disadvantage of non-generic syntax is everywhere you have to use the downcasting while extracting the data. Explicit, what is the conversion you are doing is explicit downcasting. There is no auto boxing and all involved. So you'll say, what is a big deal? I will attach what? I'll add a cast, no issues. But I'm saying soon we are going to, soon means tomorrow, come what may, we have to. We are going to enter something like a growable array, array list, or linked list vector, any such collection, which let us say have 10,000 employee type of references. Collection is always collection of references. And imagine the pain, imagine the hassle for getting any employee every time I have to do the downcasting. That goes too painful. So that is why this might sound very easy because it's a small example. When you apply practically, everywhere applying the downcasting is a pain, is a hassle, is an extra overhead. And now before dispersing, I'm looking at time, don't worry. So this is fine. At the most, what I'll do is I'll have to write the additional code. But now this is something I like to call it as an asset test, confirmation test. So if I say H1 equal to H2, so first answer my question. What is H1 pointing to? Or okay, scratch the question, scrap the question. After adding the semicolon, compiler error or no error? Tell me. Answer is no error. You can see that. So can anyone tell me? Now is a good question. Now is the good time to ask question. What is H1? What is the type of H1 as far as compiler is concerned? Tell me, what is the type of H1? Just take the cursor there and you'll know. What is the type of H1? I just want to see the answer. No, not that way. Okay, Shanur has answered me. Holder. H1, see this H1. What is the type of this thing? Holder. Tell me, what is the type of H2? Holder. So why would compiler object? Compiler does not object. And now see this. For this, your memory picture understanding has to be good. Not very, I mean, just decent good, not excellent good and all, very good and all. Anyway, so here, I hope how things are. Looking at time, I'm not at all going to talk in memory picture. I'll just ask you, what will happen? I'll say what will happen means, wait a second. Okay, so you have standard options, compile time error, runtime error, or the output. Answer, pick up one. We are already late. Answer is, let me see what people are saying. I just got one new message, I guess. I can't even read that. Runtime error, Piyush, you are right. Output is wrong, Prachi. Runtime error. And which runtime exception, guys? Yes. Which line and which exception? Line number, whatever, 13. Your famous class cast exception. And what will be the error message? Check this. You have reassigned. Can you see this? H1 equal to H2. So now H1 and H2 are both pointing to first holder or second holder, holding a string. So what it will be? It will tell you, you got a string there. So how can a string be double? So what will be the this thing? Error message, string cannot be cast to a double. And the main thing is why you could fool the compiler, or why compiler did not detect us, why compiler did not detect it at the compile time, this type mismatch. Answer is because you have not informed the compiler enough. You have not educated the compiler enough. As far as my poor compiler is concerned, all it knows is it is just a holder and the other one is just a holder. But where you have informed the compiler that this is a holder holding a double, whereas this is the holder holding a string type of reference, that is where we enter generics. Parameterized types. So of course that we will do tomorrow. You just take a look at it and confirm. So you got a line number 13, that same thing. And class cast exception, and it is telling you as expected, string cannot be cast to a double. So these are the two immediate disadvantages of non-generic syntax. Which are the two disadvantages? Anytime you want to access data, you have to do the downcasting. And if you don't do the instance of checking, compiler simply allows you to assign the wrong types and it does not catch the type mismatch errors. So definitely settle on this. As I said, I'm not giving you any new assignment. If you want optional assignment after 1 hour or something, I can think of 10, 20 assignments literally. But the point is, first you settle down on anything, complete your pending work, and then if time permits and if the majority wants in my lab, I will give an optional assignment and that I'll upload it on the Google Drive. That will be all. See you in the labs. But before I log off, is there any urgent, immediate question? Otherwise, you can always leave.
Ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt. Swati ma'am has told us to stay back in the meeting. So,
Oh, okay. Yeah. So please stay here. So can I don't know whether I can just leave the thing. Wait a second. I hope I can leave. Yeah, I can leave the meeting. So guys, those who are confused, and anyway, just go through the lab session, revision session and all properly and try to complete your backlogs. That will be all.